Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Open mic number 181. Hope everyone had a great Christmas or holiday wherever you are at in the world. We had a pretty good, all things considered, with death in the family. We had a pretty good Christmas at the Jackson house. So anyway, I figured we'd go ahead and continue on with the Jodi calls. Get back into it. We've only got a few to go. It's 4 calls. It's roughly about an hour. 3 of them are 15 minutes. One of them is I think about 8 minutes. So I thought we'd go get that finished up, and then we're going to jump into, there's 3 documents that have been released by Brenda Schuler from the Colborn v. Netflix case. And as everyone recalls, Judge Ludwig put out an order that he's going to unseal, we don't know exactly what all, on the 31st of December. She says it's these 3. I guess that's the implication. And so to get out in front of it, she went ahead and released them. But there are more. There's more information that's sealed, and I don't know. I know that the text and email messages were asked for by a member of the public. That you can see that in the compilation of the documents that Sherry has gotten us. And actually, Ken Kratz wrote about something being unsealed also after that. So there's definitely interest. So we'll see what Judge Ludwig does. He seemed like a pretty fair jurist. He didn't want to seal shit anyway. He's a federal judge. He doesn't like sealing material. But at the time, I think everybody could understand, there's certain things they wouldn't want necessarily out in the public at the time during all this going on in case it went to trial that could potentially sway a jury one way or another. So anyway, let's let everybody say hello right quick. And, if you want to say something about your Christmas or whatever, that's fine too. And then we're probably going to, unless there's questions, we're going to get to it pretty quick because I want to get through as much of this as we can. So first up, we have Rhonda. Hey, Rhonda.
Hello, Jack, and everyone on panel and everybody in the chat. I had a fabulous morning and afternoon just watching my grandkids.
Awesome. How was Christmas?
It was good, cold, no snow.
Yeah, we didn't get any
22
rain.
degrees all day. It was miserable, but
Yeah.
I didn't leave the house, so it was fine.
Yeah, don't blame you. All righty. Thank you, Rhonda. And Kay.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, Christmas was good here. Really chill. I cooked for my mom and husband and a few sick friends that ended up with COVID and the flu for the holidays. So, yeah, it was nice. Watched some TV and just chilled.
Awesome. Sound like a good Christmas, except for the COVID. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't me.
Nah, I understand. All righty. Thank you, Kay. Cherie, how are you? And how was Christmas?
I'm good, and we had a good day. I went to my brother's for dinner and played some games, and we had our gifts the night before, but it was a good day. And awesome. I want to say hi to everybody and welcome to Open Mic.
Thanks, Cherie. And Dr. Silkman, sir, how are you? How was your Christmas day?
Christmas Day was really good. Thank you, Jack61, and welcome to everyone on the panel and in chat. We had my son did a barbecue for us, a good old Aussie barbecue, and the day went really well. Temperature's actually quite cool. It's December here in Australia, and normally it's summer and gets really hot, but it's been really cool. I'm not complaining. I got a question. How big do the kangaroos get in Australia? Some of the kangaroos can get pretty big, and if you go on YouTube, there's a lot of videos showing people actually having boxing matches with kangaroos. It's not good. Now, you don't muck around with kangaroos. They can be extremely dangerous. But welcome. It's great to be here. But Jack61, did you say this is only going to take an hour?
No.
An hour.
So, no. Just to clarify, I said there's an hour's worth of calls.
Thanks, Jack61. Welcome,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, I certainly, I'm not from Australia, but I would certainly advise no one touch a kangaroo. Those things can be insanely strong.
Yeah.
I've seen some of that stuff, and it's crazy. They're really powerful animals. I would no way. Alrighty. Well, let's see here. Rhonda, have you seen any questions roll by?
No, just the one to talk about the kangaroos. And but Anthony Hills did mention that sealed documents would be released in less than 4 days. So,
well, we'll see. We'll see what Ludwig actually unseals. I mean, like I said, there's more than just these 3 documents, and that we're going to go through. Well, we're going to start anyway. No, I don't think we can finish. I don't want to stay here I don't keep everybody all night because people are back to work. Not everyone is, but well, that being the case, can you welcome everyone you see in the live chat right quick, and then I'm going to pop on screen and we'll get rolling here in a minute.
Yes, I can. Clive Coolidge, hello. Hello, JD. Sheila Hawkins. Jack is in the chat. Gloria is also in the chat. Nan's Life 7, hello. Sila 442 is in the chat. Rhonda SD, it is so great to see you, my friend. It's been a while since I've seen your bright, shining face. Double D is in the chat as well. Under Your Scars. Dr. Silkman is in the chat. Graham Moss. Tired Old Man. Meet Tired Old Woman. Ronald D. Cass from Missouri Ozarks. Duke 11 is in the chat. Justine J. And let's see. Random Pieces has dropped in. Hello, Random Pieces. She says Happy Boxing Day. So I guess it's the second time I've heard that. I never heard that before. So interesting. And Anthony Hills, like I said. Becca Chu is on her lunch break, so let's make sure we give her an exciting lunch break with these calls. It's great to see you, Becca. And let's see, Little Barb has just popped in. Jennifer Manning, Zafire, and I think that's all the people I see for now. Welcome to all of you.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for dropping in. Looks like we have about 40 in chat. Okay, I'm going to read this off right quick, and then I'm going to start these calls. There's 4 calls. Like I said, there's 4 calls left in this batch, which ends what we got. We have the first call we're going to play is 14 minutes and 23 seconds. Next call is 14:20. Third call is 14:43, and the last call is, I said 8 minutes. I read that wrong. It's almost 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. So that's where we are. And let me get my list here. This first call I'm going to play is on February 17, 2006. It's at 8:12 at night. Now, this is we didn't get to it the last time. This call is the last one on the 17th, which is a series of 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the 4th call she made on the 17th. And keep in mind, of course, this is 2 days after the fiasco of the 15th, when Wiegert and Baldwin took Jodi over to the soft room at the jail and played those calls for her. Now, this is after Dettering had shown her the letter. And I put a question up on Twitter. What are they doing? To me, this is nothing short of witness tampering. Some people say it's allowed, but I'm sorry, I can't see it. Maybe it is, but I just can't see it. It's trying to change someone's position with zero proof of any. They're trying to change their position as some sort of character or whatever witness. It's the term witness is what I'm getting at here. Against someone else using other means of coercion that doesn't have anything to do with what they're charged with. I don't know how you can get around it. Maybe I'm looking at it too hard from the not guilty side or from a civil rights kind of thing. How far can you go to, or can police go to alter someone's thinking, to piss them off so bad that they're going to come after someone because they're not because they believe necessarily that they did this crime, but because they're mad as hell, which of course she was. We played that call. It was 30 minutes, and she was cranked sideways. Can't say as I blame her. Same time, that's not the point. Anyway, done with off my soapbox. Apologies. All right, let's get this first call. If there's questions in the chat, please put a Q in front of it, and we'll try to make sure to star that and answer your questions. And certainly, anyone here in the in Disc or StreamYard in the panel, if you need me to stop, please say so, and I'll do that. So otherwise, here we go. First call.
This call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Evercom.
We never got to say what time I was going to call you, but I'll wait till next.
Well, I kind of figured that, but I accepted anyway. I was just waiting for you not to hang up.
I didn't hang up. I got cut off.
I know that.
Oh. Are you going to come and see Jodi tomorrow?
Who's it?
1 to 3? Come
Saturday.
Tuesdays. They're going to come.
Okay, I'm going to skip through this. This is clearly Tori. I have no interest in listening to her ramble on. It's like always. So I'll scan through it. If Jodi gets on the phone, we'll listen to it. Otherwise, we're moving on. So here we go.
Come Tuesday, because I got a friend coming to see me, too.
Yeah, but it depends where we're going to be. Say it.
Yeah.
Tell her to step out. I'll kick her in the ass herself.
No, she be kicking you in your ass.
No.
Whatever. I got her long pants on because it was cold. It's fucking freezing up here.
It's a little chilly in here, too.
What? A hat. You know what a hat is, don't you? The thing you put on your head to keep your head warm while you're walking around. No, I'm serious, though, because I have to walk to work, and it gets really cold.
Okay, I know where that is.
You could come up there and see me.
Hmm.
I'll probably go to the hole. Fuck.
That ain't too bad.
Yeah. Want a job? So hopefully when I go to court, you're going to come on the 7th, right? People fucking think they can just say whatever the days are becoming repetitious. You know?
I know.
That's all we get.
Yep.
Like, that ain't fucking barely a meal. It was like a snack.
She's still rambling. God.
Down there?
Help me.
In Florida, yeah, when I was in MTSO. Then when I went to court, they just let me go.
Okay.
And it's 25% or $40.
That 4 or 5 years back.
Yeah. I can tell because, and I didn't for 6 fucking years now. I come back here, turn myself in, they throw this fucking contempt thing on me. My best friend's going to come visit me.
It left.
All right, I'll call you tomorrow after 8 o'clock.
Okay, clearly that was a Tori Chuck call. So I'm going to move on. This next call is, oh shit, let me mark this. I'm going to get myself out of whack. Okay, this next call is on the 18th. It's at 10 minutes to 6 in the evening. It is a, what did I say, 14 or 15 minute call? 14 minutes and 20 seconds. So again, if it's another Tori Chuck call, I'm moving on. So here we go.
This call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Evercom.
Hello?
Yeah?
Did you go see him today?
On Saturday?
Isn't today visiting?
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
No.
Oh. Have you talked to him?
Yeah.
Did you say anything? Are you busy? Do you have company?
No, I got no company. I never got company.
I need somebody to talk to.
The only time I got company is when Laura comes here.
I need somebody to talk to.
God.
I don't understand.
Steven. Chucky's going to get that name. I must have threw that name away, and then I'm going to give Chucky some money to take down there. But I don't know if mine is going to all go through here on this phone.
Yeah.
Because they screwed up with the money. So I'm going to send Chucky with $42 tomorrow.
Does he have the name?
No, he's got it. He said she's calling at 8 o'clock.
It might be a little later because she's down in laundry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll call him and tell him that then. It could be later.
But then I might not get it till Tuesday. Or Monday night, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Like last time.
Mm.
I'm just having a hard time.
Well, Monday we might not be home. I don't know about Tuesday. I don't know if that funeral is Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. They had it in the paper.
Yeah, just the accident. They didn't have no stuff yet.
No, not the obituary.
No, and I didn't go by Yvonne. I didn't think I should yet today.
Yeah, she's probably thinking it really hard.
Yeah, I know it did.
Yeah. I'm glad she didn't have her kids with her.
Who?
Heather.
She was at work.
Oh, was she?
She had come from work. That guy was going to take her to the doctor.
Oh.
But she had a dentist appointment.
Oh.
The Shear, whatever his name is.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to miss her. She was a good shit.
Huh?
I liked her.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm just having a hard time with the shit with Steven.
What?
Because I don't know what to believe.
Oh, that again.
Yeah?
I'll see if I can get Lori to take me up there tomorrow night.
Up where?
Up by Steven tomorrow night.
Mm. I don't understand.
Lori is the woman from New York.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll see if she'll go. I don't know. She can drive my car in or something. Otherwise he'd be sitting there by himself, too. He ain't got nobody to talk to inside there.
I know.
He's in a corner.
Yeah.
In a cold corner. He said he's got to go to bed sometimes to keep warm. And when it's 50 below there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It hurts so bad. He sits there and runs me down over the phone to her. Like I'm a fucking piece of shit.
What does he say? I want to know.
He said that I didn't do anything but sit around the house and play on the computer, and I lived off of him. And that you didn't like me. This is what she said to him. She told him that you had said you didn't like me.
That's news to me.
And I was jealous, and he didn't say nothing to stick up for me. All I do is live off of him and use him.
I don't know. Well, he's depressed up there, too.
He has no problem sticking up for her when I call her a name.
I don't know. I don't know.
If you love somebody, you stick up for him like he does for her. Not run him down.
It might be better when it gets out, you get out. I'm trying to clean these rooms out. I don't know what to do with them, though. I'm putting it all in my room, and I ain't going to have room. I ain't even got a bed now. I have to clean off the bed so I can get to bed.
Leave it, I'll do it, or he'll do it.
I don't know where to put it. I don't have no place to put it. Where my washer and dryer is, that's full.
How many bedrooms is that house?
3 with mine. But the other 2 rooms are small. They ain't that big. They're full. I went and bought 2 more totes today to put some stuff in the totes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, after a while, he can go and get your bed down there, and then he can help me clean that part of that basement down here. on this side, right down below the steps.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's cleaned out, there ain't no dungeon back there. Down there. Where Earl used to sleep, that was the dungeon part, where the spiders were.
Yeah.
Well, they were cleaned until nobody cleaned it down there again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't even been down there since them cops were here.
Really?
No, as far as my freezer I go, that's it. That's the limit.
I didn't even know there was a freezer down there.
Well, yeah, my freezer's down there.
Oh.
I got no place else to put it.
Well, as I remember really seeing down there was the pool table and all Alan's horns. Or whatever they are from deer.
You walk right past the freezer then.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's where the washer and dryer was, the other one.
Yeah.
Well, my washer I still use down there.
Yeah.
For Alan's greasy stuff and all that stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't want to put them in my good one. So, yeah.
I just want to get out of here.
But there's a big mess on the other side. I got to cut up some wood down there and...
How's the weather? How's Bear?
Fine.
You have our fish, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
They would have been dead otherwise.
Chucky
They would have
said
been
Barbara
killed.
had them.
Huh?
Chucky said Barbara had them.
No.
And some of my plants. I said, no, as far as I know.
Yeah, she has 3 plants down there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they still alive?
That I know of. I don't know. It must be. That one she had, what the heck was it? Some kind of those big leaves or something. What is that? Long leaves. They're skinny, but they're long leaves. They're...
Oh, my palm tree?
That could be. Well, that one, she showed me it that one day, and it broke off right by the bottom.
Really?
I said, you're soaking that with too much water. It's rotting on the bottom there.
Yeah.
Well, it's growing, though.
Is it?
Yeah, the rest of it's all growing. And don't water it so much.
Yeah. The only one that really needs a lot of water, well, I don't know about now, seeing it's not in the sun by the patio door, was the one that gets the white flowers, my praying lily. That one I had to water like twice a week.
I don't know which one that one was, though.
It's got really big leaves.
Yeah. I got the one that I gave Stephen that time.
Yeah.
That one I got here, and then the one that was on the side of the couch with the, on that stand.
On the green stand?
I don't know,
It doesn't look like a tree, does it?
No.
Okay, that's the praying lily.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not in the sun.
It's doing good, though, right?
Yeah, it's all
Okay,
right.
all right.
It's living anyway. That's the main thing.
Okay. Because I always had it in the sun, and then I'd have to water it every other day.
I got no place to put that stuff anymore.
That one you gave Stephen, I was going to dust. But every time I touch it, it always break.
Why would it break?
Because it's so delicate. It'd break where the... I don't know how to explain it. But it was really delicate. I was going to take it in the shower, but it was so heavy.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the one that was on the kitchen table.
Oh, is that where he put it?
I think so.
Because I had, well, when I was home, it was next to the front door.
No, I think that one, that's the one that was on the kitchen table.
Oh.
He had it.
Yeah, because he rearranged after I came in here.
Yeah, I know. He blocked off the one door.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he had to go around to the patio a ways. Just so he could change it around.
Yeah.
Now it's a big mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell him I love him. Tell him, I don't know. I'm confused.
Everybody gets confused. I'm confused every day, too.
All I do is sit and cry now.
I do, too. Now it's worse yet. That's why I can't even go over by Yvonne. I don't know. I took her down to the car where Heather had that accident.
Mm-hmm. Are they going to be charged, or
who?
The lady that hit him, or no?
Why should they be charged? That
Jeff pulled out in front of him.
yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That's right. That's what it said in the paper.
Yeah.
He pulled out in front of him.
So he's to blame.
Yeah.
There was a little baby in that other one, too.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. Why would he pull in front of that? I don't know. What's the matter? Can he see?
I doubt it. Probably a bunch of pills.
You mean he's on that?
As far as I knew.
Oh, yeah? I don't know. Yeah, he was taking her to I think she had to go to the dentist because she's been going to the dentist.
Yeah.
To get her teeth fixed or pulled or whatever. I think she had some pulled.
Oh.
A couple days before that.
Yeah, she was supposed to be in court just the other day, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, she won't be going there.
No. Somebody was trying to blame... A girl in here brought in pills and everything.
I heard about that.
Yeah, she was trying to blame Heather for it.
Yeah, Heather said that she wasn't going to take the blame for anybody.
No, Heather didn't do it. Heather wasn't getting out for anything.
I know who that other girl was, too.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, tell him I love him.
Yeah, okay then.
Tell him I sent a letter. It's not bitch or anything, just I had to write my feelings down, and I don't know if it's mean or not, but tell him not to get mad.
Yeah, I don't know how long we'll be talking because I couldn't call it in so my phone would stay connected.
Oh.
So it might be blocked already. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
That's not right how they can do that every month.
I forgot though. Friday I went down there and I paid on it. But when I got home, I had with the Heather and all that stuff. I got shook up.
Yeah.
And I forgot to call into the telephone company. So now I got to wait until Monday because it was closed today.
Yeah. Well, this family's going through too much shit.
Yeah. That's why I can't even go down by Yvonne yet.
Yeah.
Well, she's got enough to do right now.
Yeah.
She's got to take care of all that stuff. And then they called the guys here to pick up the car. Yvonne said she wanted Avery's to pick up the car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, PK's in Michigan got them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
Is it total? Did you see it yet?
The one I saw didn't look like much. None of them did.
God.
The van had a fender and pieces missing off of that. That was in the field.
You have 1 minute left.
So.
Unreal. All right. Yeah. Whenever you see her, tell her I send my regrets or whatever, sympathy. I'm sorry for her loss.
Yeah.
And tell Stephen I love him.
Yeah. Okay then.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you for using Evercom.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. All about me, 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 me. Anybody got anything?
I just, I mean, it's all the same. It just sounds like the same stuff from Jodi that we've been listening to for hours on end.
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, wash, rinse, and repeat for sure. But she said something about the letter that she wrote to Stephen.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know if it's mean or not, but I just had to write my feelings down and I put a comment in the chat. If you have to question whether something is mean or not, it probably is. I mean, you know, I that just sounds silly to me for her to, you know, I'm sure there was nothing nice in that letter, you know, or very little nice in that letter. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, and again, it's hypocritical because of how she's talking to Chuck when he's on the phone. So
right. Yeah. Yep.
That's just what I see. Okay. Anyone else before I move on? Okay. This next call is again on the 18th. It's at Road right after she gets off the phone here. Yeah, it's at 8 o'clock. I don't see how that works out because 17:49. That's almost 8 o'clock. I don't know how they worked this out. That was a 14, almost 15-minute call. It was at 17:40. Oh, never mind. Duh. Reading that wrong. Okay. Next call's at 8 o'clock. I think we got another close to 15-minute call. It is 14 minutes and 43 seconds. So if it's Chuck and Tori, we're moving on. Here we go.
This call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Evercom.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
How are the dogs?
Good.
Are they okay?
Well, yeah.
They made it through the bitter cold night?
Well,
in the little
yeah.
box houses?
Chuck and Tori.
All right, good.
Let's start skipping.
I'm doing laundry.
Else?
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. But the weather has been probably under John's. We get in trouble for this, what we're doing. It's bad. When that's
Oh.
BALLIJO. Easy.
Well, maybe they'll set us right next to each other again.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too, because he's been a fucking terror up here. Tons of uniforms down there. We were just overwhelmed. And the washing machine, we did some crazy shit together, me and that girl. Wow. Like, I hear you. That was really weird, and then now she's gone. It's just...
Yeah. The puppy?
Yeah, Homeward Bound, the puppies.
Yeah.
And the cat. To bring me a hat, though, if you can remember. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I got Steven's jacket, because I don't have a jacket.
Well, I'm in the house, I'm in the house. But...
Okay. For sure Monday night, though, okay? All right, I'll call you later.
Okay. And there's that one. Last call. Let me mark this here. Last call is on the 19th, and it's 19:57, which is almost 8 o'clock. And I believe this is a short call. Like 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Here we go.
This call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Evercom.
Hello?
Yeah?
Did you get to go see him?
What?
Did you go see him?
Yeah, we just got home.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
Not too much or nothing. No. Did you want to talk to Jodi? Yeah, hang on a minute. Somebody wants to talk to you.
All right.
Hi, Jodi. This is Laura.
Hello.
How are you?
Been better.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you finally.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. I hope you're up for that and into
You'll
it.
still be here?
I'm hoping to be here. I mean, we were thinking of leaving on Friday, but to go to New York for about 3 weeks and work on the film and try to get a budget together. But if both you and Steven are getting out, then of course we would stay to try to, get some more footage before we go back. I think it would be really helpful.
Yeah?
So, yeah. But I can say he thinks very highly of you. I mean, all the times I've talked to him, he has nothing but good things to say about you. So
That's funny.
I asked him what was the best thing about getting out in 2003, and he said meeting Jodi. So, but yeah, I'm sorry you are where you are, but hopefully something good will come of it for you.
Yeah, I do too.
So, But I can let you speak to Mrs. Avery, and if I'm here, do you think you'll be out in early March?
The 6th.
Okay, great. Yeah, so if I'm here, I'd love to come meet you. Otherwise,
that'd be great.
Otherwise, we can talk when I'm in New York, and then meet up when I get back.
Yeah, I get out March 6th in the morning at like 5 in the morning.
Okay. Oh, good. You're probably counting the seconds.
Oh, yeah, I am.
All right. Well, you take care of yourself.
I will. Thank
All right.
you.
Keep your chin up.
I'm trying.
All right. Here's Mrs. Avery.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dropped it off this morning.
Where?
Huh?
Where?
For you.
Oh. Okay, because,
What?
I don't know how, she didn't know if we should do it till Tuesday. Didn't you talk to Chucky?
When?
Today or last night?
Yeah, I didn't really talk to him. But he had her name.
Because we weren't going to do it till Monday to make sure she had enough in there because they take out Monday. It should be fine. I'll just tell her. Okay.
Yeah, as long as she don't use that for hers.
No. I'll just have to let her know right away.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay then.
All right, I'll call you when I get them then.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you for using Evercom.
Ta-da, we're done. So, celebration. These are hard to get through, Doc.
Yeah, they sure were. But can I just make the comment? Isn't it incredible what happens when a voice of reason comes on the telephone line? Someone who's outside of the family and can speak calmly, confidently. And you notice how Jodi was behaving. Riccardi was trying to drum up some sense into Jodi, and interesting that her comment was, Stephen's thinking about you and wants to, of course, get up, meet with you after he gets out, etc., etc. But someone had made the comment in chat, hearing Laura on the telephone would have absolutely terrified Kratz. This was a big a block in the road, because now you had a third party coming out who was observing all the chaos around and was trying to make sense of it all. Kratz would not have liked that at all.
And document it.
Yep, this was a threat. Yep, Kratz knew what was going to transpire.
Oh, I completely agree, Doc. He would have flipped his gourd, which of course he did, and certainly tried to stop them. Which that goes off into a whole other thing that we heard about. He trying to make this claim that they're working for Buting and Strang or the defense, which is bullshit. Yeah.
Correct. But it's really fantastic though that we can see this happening in real time as it unfolded, and it certainly is putting in a lot of material that we weren't aware about at the time. No, it's awesome. Thank you so much, Jack 61.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad we were able to get this series of calls again. I'm going to try to get. I think it's December 6th or 7th through the end of December, going into the 1st of January. I'm going to try to get those calls. I don't know if I'll be successful. Manitowoc says they don't have them, and we'll see what Calumet says. I don't know. But, I'd like to fill in the rest of the blank here. That's just me. Again, it's going backwards, but whatever. I'd still like to hear the conversations of what was going on.
Are those allegedly the only calls that Jodi made up till she got out on the 6th of March?
Yeah, this would go along with the ones we got back last February, which runs from around before they end. I think it's the 18th, 17th, or 18th through March 6th.
Okay.
And there are a series of calls between Jodi and Chuck, which actually there's quite a few of those, and then Tori gets involved. Tori's already involved, which we didn't know that she kind of came on scene here in the last, starting back, God, sometime in the second or third set, she gets involved. Jodi's trying to point Chuck a little bit to her so he'll quit hitting on her so hard, I guess. But she's still keeping that door open. There's no doubt. And then, of course, in that first set of calls I got, there's also a call between Jodi and Dolores. And I can't really think of anyone else right now. But, she gets out on the 6th. Dolores goes and gets her, which we know about. But, I don't remember really hearing too many calls on Steven's side in December. I think there was maybe a few, but I can't recall any off the bat. And also, I still have a request in with Calumet County for calls that we didn't get, that we didn't release for February and March 2007 when Steven was at trial. I know there are more calls that we didn't get. That request has been in since March 14th of this year, and I still don't have them. We'll see. So I'm going to press Calumet again about Jodi's calls for December. I don't think there's any documentation that specifically says that those calls exist, but I'm going to go back through it again just to make sure. It's always better to have documentation. We don't know how these calls here actually were delivered to Calumet County because there's no report. Not one. And Manitowoc is telling me they don't have anything, and I don't see how that's even possible. The calls had to originate there, and somebody had to make a copy of them and deliver them to Uyghur at Calumet. So, anyway. All right. Rhonda, Kay, Cherie, did you guys see any questions that we need to address before we move on? I'm going to take...
I didn't notice anything.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was trying to scan as we were going, but...
We did... Well, I do want to mention that we did receive a super sticker, which was pretty awesome. And
well, that's nice.
We just want to say thank you.
I didn't see that. Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Of course, it's always appreciated. Yes. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, something to talk about. Appreciate that.
And Duke has a question. Why is Jack so awesome? Well, there are just too many reasons to count for me.
Thanks, Duke. I appreciate the sentiment. I'm just trying to fill in the blanks just like everyone else. Just trying to push the envelope to get, documents that really should be public record and shouldn't be so difficult to get. I mean, they're telling me that these calls from February and March, Stevens jail calls I'm talking about. Now, what I was told is that they can play them. That's what I was told first, that they can play them, but having trouble recording them. It's the same system. It's Evercom. Unless they put Steven on a different phone, which I really doubt. I don't know why they would. So what's the problem? I don't understand.
Well, there's no problem. It's just
delay.
Yeah.
Delay. Yeah.
Yeah. Under Your Scars says, can someone remind me of who Tori is?
Well, she's a girl that Jodi met at the jail. She got, I guess, put in that cell blocker in the cell with Jodi. I'm not entirely sure, but they certainly became fast friends. Whether they knew each other or not is a little unclear to me. I don't know. Maybe someone else can answer that question, but they became friends there at the jail while Jodi was incarcerated for her DUI stuff. We've got her last name somewhere. It's It's in one of the calls we found out from last February.
Tori?
Yeah.
It's Barron, Barron.
Barron. Thank you, Cherie. That's right.
Did
Tori
she ever
Barron.
hook?
Go ahead, Kay.
Did she ever hook up with Chuck when she got out?
That's a good question. I can't answer that one. I don't know.
Yeah, I was
I
just
think-
going to say that Tori was somebody who Jodi latched onto quickly as someone that she could use and take advantage of. And then, ultimately trying to hook her up with Chuck, which was weird. And it didn't sound like Chuck was really all that interested. I think Chuck was more about hooking up with Jodi.
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. He had definite plans there. He was working all that out in his head. So, alrighty, I want to pop this on screen. There.
He was working it all out in his head and his pants.
That's right.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm gonna preface this. I'll pop this on screen here, and I'm gonna preface this a little bit because for those that don't know, didn't keep up with the Colborn, the Netflix lawsuit. So, within the last few months, let me back up. There were things that were sealed during the course of this pre-trial or whatever you want to call it, deposition time prior to the depositions. Even there was material that got submitted, exhibits and so forth, under seal, or one side or the other say, well, we want this sealed for XYZ reasons. And there were a number of things that were sealed during the course of this. We read through it, and Judge Legwood made it very clear he didn't like sealing anything. I've said this before, but the reason I keep repeating it because he actually said it several times. Because especially in federal civil, he just sees it as an open forum. It should be available to the public. But there are things, and I understand, I think we all do, that should be sealed because if it went to trial, things could be so polarizing it could influence a jury. So I get it, I understand. But that said, several of these things were sealed with specific wording that it would be sealed until convicting a murderer was released. Okay, well that time has passed. Been released for several weeks now. So I know one member of the public several weeks ago wrote asking about the sealed text and email messages between Colborn, Griesbach, and Brenda Schuler, asking for them to be unsealed. Then Ken Kratz also sent in something about, I don't remember exactly what it was, being unsealed. Anyway, Judge Legwood decreed and put out an order here recently and it's a number of documents that he referenced in his order. I'll pop it on the screen here in a few minutes and we can take a look at it. But, I'm not going to get into the complication of all this because it is complicated. But you have to read through these various documents and their exhibits to see what got sealed. Right? And they're, like I said, it's not just a couple things. It's a number of things. Unless whoever originally filed the seal puts forth another motion, I guess, to say, hey, we need to keep the seal because of XYZ, and either Judge Legwood will accept it or he's going to reject it. If it falls under the category of because, we're going to hold it until convicting a murder is released, I doubt he's going to accept it. But I don't know. He seems a pretty fair jurist, and he's willing to listen, so we'll just have to see what he releases on the 31st. Anyway, in an effort,
I don't understand how that. Why would they hold things? Why would they seal things for a for-profit documentary?
Well, it's like I'll just take this for example, like the camera footage that Maura and Laura submitted that was it was, the quality was so poor they elected not to use it. And this is some people on the witness stand, because for those that kept up with the Colborn v. Netflix case, we found out that after the second day, they had there's 3 cameras, or actually I guess there was 2 cameras and a multi-feed camera that was used in the media room. Camera A was of the whole courtroom except for the jury. They were kept off to the side. Camera B showed the witnesses that were testifying, and maybe a little bit more, but I think it was really just the witnesses. Sometime on during, or I guess at the end of day 2, or at that point, somebody unplugged something that screwed up the camera B footage for the witnesses that were testifying. So this explained why Laura and Maura had to kind of cobble together from various news organizations that had some multi-feed footage. This camera C, or feed C, they called it, I think, that fed a number of different things, but it was kind of a rotating kind of thing. It wasn't constant. So they had to pay for this footage from these various news organizations to cobble together what was presented in Making a Murderer. So they were forced to submit this unacceptable camera footage from camera B. I guess it looked pretty awful because something got unplugged, and that's the reason why they didn't use it. And so they filed that under seal, and they asked that footage not ever be released. And I could understand why, if they decided to do something with it at a later date, which at this point I doubt, but hell, who knows if there'll be a season 3 or some other documentary that they may decide to do and use that footage. So I can understand that being, because if that got released as an exhibit, somebody could take that footage and do whatever they wanted with it. It's public, right? So
Right.
that's just one. There are other reasons, I'm not going to get into what somebody may have said. And you get into text and email messages, that can kind of get into some personal shit. So if somebody said some things that were not very pleasant about an organization or other people, somebody might not want that released, because that looks pretty bad, right? I'm not accusing anybody of saying anything bad. I'm just saying that could be the case. So they might not want that released because it could affect, their public posture or whatever, people following them and so forth and so on. So proprietary information, I can understand why that stuff would be sealed, because that could release, potentially information that another company could use in their own process. There's just a number of reasons why. So does that kind of explain it a little better?
Yeah, but I still don't completely understand how that. I mean, I guess if it's going to be an exhibit, I understand that part, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, I tend to more or less agree with you. I think things, if they're going to be submitted as an exhibit, it needs to be open to the public, with the exception being of, if a company was forced to expose or include in an exhibit the creation of a certain drug and all the different chemicals that they use to create that, I can understand that they wouldn't want that released to the public, because another company, like I said, could take that formula and create their own, because it's public knowledge, and no one could. That really just kills the copyright, a potential copyright.
Sure. All right.
But as far as these messages and so forth, no, I'm sorry. This was going on at the same time that Convicting a Murder was going on. It's relevant. My opinion, it's relevant to what was going on behind the scenes. So, anyway. All right. So anyway, moving forward, these 3 documents, well, I'll say Brenda released on Facebook. She posted a pretty lengthy post. I'm not going to read it out or anything. You can join that group and read it if you want. About these documents, I guess trying to get ahead of what she says is going to be released, as I understand it. I think there's potentially far more that Judge Ludwig will release, but I don't know that. This is going to happen on the 31st. Anyway, these 3 documents. The first one is a deposition. I'm going to do this one first, even though it's. I'm not going to say it's a later document. It's just it shows up later. These are Exhibit 41 and I think 26 and 27. But you have to understand that there's hundreds of documents that got released in this case, and each one has their own exhibits and they're numbered from 1 to whatever. So these are not from the same master document. They're from different documents, okay? So Exhibit 41 is part of a deposition of Brenda Schuler. And it's this, well, we did get this only 7 pages long, right? So let me zoom this up just a little bit here so it's a little easier to read. And, I'm going to ask a couple of our ladies if they would care to read this. If they don't, then we'll do something else. But Rhonda, would you and Kay like to read this document? That'll be okay?
Sure.
Okay. Rhonda, can you do the questions? You can be the lawyer, and Kay, you can do the answers. You can be Brenda.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Yeah. And I will tell you that I've noticed here at the first, there's a skip between 172 and 173. It goes to 174. This is pretty typical with pretty much every piece of deposition material that we got in this case. They all skipped. They jumped pages. There were things that were still not released. So, all right, this is 7 pages, so you guys can start whenever you're ready.
You want to start on line 3?
Yeah, line 3.
I'm guessing. Okay. So Exhibit 10 again begins with Colborn text 4664.
All right.
We talked about this before. This is the email where you asked Mr. Colborn to send you a bunch of stuff from Manitowoc County before he retires. You see that?
I do, yes. Mm-hmm.
And then he says, I will send you what I have. In the second text from you, you say, thank you. I'll take them all. This director is amazing. This director is amazing, Andy. Honestly, I'm so excited that I made the decision to follow through. He trusts us. He appreciates us. He's a great guy. Very pro LE and just fair in general. Do you see that?
Yes.
And are you talking about Mr. Reck here?
Yes.
And you say very pro LE. Do you mean very pro law enforcement?
Yes.
If you could flip to the 3rd page, Bates number.
We got a skip here.
Skips, yeah. So line 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And he says to you, how did it look? Pro Avery? You say, I didn't watch the video yet, but thanks for sending it. He says both of those things to you.
Yes.
And then you say, LOL, not pro Avery. It's just a teaser for now for the public and objective question mark. No worries, I'll lean towards GAF soon enough. And he says, okay, LOL, and includes some emojis. You see that?
I do.
And are you talking about the teaser here for convicting a murderer?
Yes.
That was just released to the public or was about to be?
Yes. Yes. Hold on. Yes. It was. When did Making a Murderer 2 came out? It was just right around that time. It was right around the time that Making a Murderer 2 came out. Yes, it was public.
Okay. And in your green text here, it says the teaser is, I guess I'm not totally following the punctuation, but I think you're saying that the teaser is fairly objective. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you say, no worries. It'll lean towards GAF soon enough, correct?
GAF, yes.
And GAF means guilty as fuck.
Yep.
So the actual documentary is going to be very anti-Stephen Avery. Is that fair?
Yes.
Mr. Kurtz, objection, argumentative. And Mr. Kurtz is Brenda's lawyer, by the way. Vague and ambiguous.
You can answer.
Well, let me just say that's not a proper objection for a deposition, but is that
Right.
what this is?
Yeah,
Is
it's a deposition.
yeah.
It is.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know about that one. It will give the full information that will show that Stephen Avery is guilty. Yes.
And
Full information. I'm sorry.
okay. I don't think any of us learned any information that proves that Stephen was guilty, but that's just me.
He's a bad guy. He's a really bad guy.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. He's
he's
nasty
an asshole.
and dirty and
EAF people.
oh jeez. Yeah, GAF. And it will, I think you used the word vindicate a little bit ago. It will vindicate Mr. Colborn. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used that word, but I
think you said he felt vindicated by the verdict.
I was going to say, I don't think I said that this would vindicate him. Our film would. He was vindicated by the guilty verdict. Yes, that's correct. Yes, for that.
Right?
Yes.
And the film you're working on will show that Mr. Avery, as you put it, is GAF, and it will show that Mr. Colborn was a good police officer. Is that correct?
It will show that he's guilty after proving that, and it will give Andy's side of the story. Is that fair? That's the best way I can describe it.
Would you say convicting a murderer will humanize Mr. Colborn?
Mr. Kurtz, same objection.
Yes.
You can answer.
Yes.
So you've just been handed Exhibit 2032. These are more texts between you and Mr. Colborn, correct?
Yes.
And these begin at Bates number 4150 in the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that?
Are we skipping again?
That's it.
That's
the end of it. Yep. That's right. That's the end of it.
So, can you get the full depositions?
Well, we'll see if it gets released. No, unless Judge Ludwig unseals it, no. He'll have to unseal it.
Well, I want to know what that page was that they didn't put in here.
So do I. We all do.
That's what we hope to get from Judge Ludwig.
Right.
Can I just...
Hopefully he'll... Please.
Yeah, look, I think this is going to be really revealing in a way, because it's going to reveal the actual strategy that Brenda and everybody else used in convicting a murderer, and the purpose of the film. It's very, very interesting, and I think it's going to prove actually ultimately very embarrassing for how certain people were portrayed. I'm talking about foul play, truthers, and their thoughts behind, including the snippets that they did. I think it's going to prove very, very damaging to Brenda and also the reputation of certain individuals here, because it's so bizarre that they felt the need to make a counter documentary, despite the fact that 12 of Stephen Avery's peers found him guilty and sent him to prison for life, and same with Brendan. So what is interesting for me on a personal note is the motivation behind convicting a murderer, what the actual need was for producing such a docuseries. And it's very interesting, the term that was used by Brenda, guilty as fuck. Now, where have we heard that term being bandied about before, Jack 61? No names mentioned. Interesting, isn't it?
It is. And another thing that's interesting, and people that have been around a long time know this, they've probably heard me say it, is that the original group on Reddit that was created was Stephen Avery is guilty as fuck. But then they made them change it. They made them drop the, otherwise it was going to go into another category that blocks them from basic public view. I mean, they would still be there, but it would really limit them. So they dropped the as fuck off the end of it. And Allie, how are you?
Hi, J-Jack. Hey, everybody. I'm great. Just woke up.
Awesome.
I'm sorry I'm a little late. I heard the last two calls, I think, last call and a half, and then I've heard all of this so far. It's super interesting.
Yeah, the Colborn v. Netflix case is really complicated. You can ask, well, you can ask anyone here, plus Susan and others that read. We read thousands of pages of documents, and we didn't read it all. That's the funny thing. We didn't even read it all. There was more that we didn't read because it was, a lot of it was repetitive, but it is a really complicated case because his side kept putting up just some of the most insane arguments you could ever even think of that weren't going to work. They were never going to work. But then, on top of this whole idea that Colborn, Griesbach, and Brenda had this three-way text combo going for, well, probably before the case was even filed. I don't know exactly when they start, but, she admitted right here in this document that she was involved. So, and that's fine. I'm not saying one way or another about that. That's, people have to make their own choices. But I know for a fact that I knew Stephen was a complete dick by, the end of 2016. We'd gotten even more documentation. We'd gotten quite a bit in mid. I knew he was an asshole. And it's just who he is, But again, that doesn't excuse anyone to say he killed someone if they can't prove it. That's a different ball of wax. So, all right. Any questions or other comments that we need to get to? Rhonda or Kay, Sheree, you guys seen anything? I can't have that document up and really read the
I can't read that document and really read the chat, so really.
I'll do a quick scan. That's okay. I'll do a quick scan here just to see. Okay. Want to say hello to Scoob. Hey, Scooby. Let's see here. Carol. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any questions. There's Ms. Robin. Yeah, Ms. Robin, thank you for coming. JJ Falk. We've had several join. I see JD. Normally JD joins us here, but I know he's been having some internet issues. Hopefully we can fix after the first of the year. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any questions. We apologize if we've missed your question. If you put something up higher than I went, then just please re-ask and we'll try to get to it. All right.
Jennifer Manning has asked, can you please scroll down on the scrolling? I guess we need to slow down on reading. Or I do.
Let me see if I can see that coming. I don't quite understand. Can you please slow down on the scrolling? Thanks. I can, certainly. Oh, I think she means let more of the page play out before I scroll it down. Yeah, I can do that. I get antsy, and so when something is already read, tend to just scroll. Apologize for that. So yeah, I can slow down. I understand. Okay. Well, if everybody's ready, I'm going to pop this next document on screen.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Please.
We're in there where she said that this documentary is going to show that Stephen Avery is guilty as fuck.
Yep.
Is obviously a lie. Could she possibly get into trouble for lying about that, or is that
No?
not?
It's her opinion. It's covered under the First Amendment. So
Okay.
no.
Okay, good. Thanks for answering that, because I was like, is that not perjury or something? Something that can be used against her later on or whatever.
No, it's just an opinion, and that's protected. So, it's unfortunate, but again, I think we've all said it many times. Yeah, there were things that were shown in cam that many people, for whatever reason, seem to have not known. I don't know how they didn't know it. We had reports going back years. We had phone calls going back to 2019. How could people not know unless they just decided to not read it or listen to the calls? That's on them. That's not on, that's not on any, I don't think any other individual. If you wanted to know, it was certainly, the information was certainly there to grab. There's JD. Thank you for coming, Jay. How are you?
Hey, I'm all right. I'm just testing to make sure this internet works.
It does. You sound good.
So
Let me, so Allie Softball Life says, I've been away for a while. Are these Jodi calls new ones?
They are. They are new ones. It's a little confusing because of how I got them. Going back, Allie, you probably were around last February when we got the first batch, which covered a later time frame, which was like from the 17th or 18th of February through March. Actually, they go past March 6th. I said that wrong because there are calls that continue between Chuck and Jodi, or Chuck and Tori, which I was surprised we got, but we did. That go to like, I think March 12th, or I can't remember the exact date. And then this batch of calls, because we didn't, MTSO, Major Todd Cummings, didn't give me these prior calls. I guess he says they don't have them. These start on January the 11th, 2006, and run through February 19th, 2006. So these are earlier calls, and there's still a batch of calls in December that I haven't been able to get my hands on yet. Still working on it. Still trying. So,
Graham Moss asked, because Colborn was thrown out, because Colborn's case was thrown out, will his site have to pay next Netflix legal team? I don't think that's.
Well, there was there were documents filed after the case, after Ludwig, threw the case out on summary judgment. There was a paperwork filed about, I don't know the legal term, maybe Sheree can help us out, about lowering or the cost of the legal end of it, because I don't know exactly how that works, to be honest with you. I can't honestly answer that question. Sheree, can you have any experience or knowledge about explaining how that may work?
I apologize, but I was looking for something about the upcoming interrogatories and I didn't hear it. My bad.
Well, he's asking basically, Grandma's asking basically, wouldn't Colborn owe Netflix a pile of money for legal fees, their lawyers? But I know there was paperwork filed about lowering cost and so forth.
I don't remember what happened during, but at the end they kind of called the truth on the money, I think, didn't they?
I think so.
That's how I remember it.
I don't know if that covered everything, but that would be my guess.
I mean, Andy Hale was involved in all this. I know he's a multimillionaire. I don't know if maybe he got financial help from someone. I can't honestly answer that question. Maybe it's something that, maybe Travis or someone has looked deeper into and can answer it.
If I remember right, the truth was that if Andy agreed not to appeal, they would agree not to seek
Compensation.
Money. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think, but I'm not sure that was everything.
That's how I remember it.
Yeah, because he would owe his own lawyers a ton of money, I would think, and then, well, maybe not, because they probably took that case on contingency, right? So he would owe them some, but maybe not maybe like the Netflix lawyers.
Well,
Lita Walker alone, God, she's worth she's pure gold, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that's me.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome.
Yeah, she didn't.
Yeah, she didn't pull any punches, man. Yeah, she did not miss anything, any word or phrase that she got them all. She got it all. I'm kind of not sure about Zafire's question or comment. She says, I've been watching the foul play videos from years ago. Those panel people I don't recognize. Did they change to guilters? So there is one new mod that you see on the panel now. That's Katie. Katie did it. Jack, Cherie, myself, and Doc, of course, are, we've been with, in staff and mod for years, or several years. JD is a member of Foul Play who and this is open mic, so this is not going to be just Foul Play staff and mod. This is anybody who wants to join.
Right.
The staff, the open mic can come on the panel, and Allie is been a supporter from way back in the beginning, so she's popped up to join us as well. Yeah.
Ever. We missed Allie so much. Her videos were so good. Allie looks at the case, and she looks at this in a different format, and I think it's great because it opens up other avenues to ask different questions and to communicate with people that believe he's guilty, and try to do it and we try to do it, but we're not always successful. Try to do it in a calm fashion. She's willing to talk to whoever and try to ask questions without being a smart ass or anything like that, in which I think we've all tried it. I know I have numerous times through the years, and I've just never been able to really get along that well, because I'm talking about with the estate advocate side, because sooner or later something gets said that's a cut or something that doesn't need to be said, to try to force an answer or to manipulate an answer against someone, a cutting word, and that just changes everything for me. If you want to talk about the case, that's one thing, but there's absolutely no reason to be derogatory if you're just talking about the case. We can all sit here and say, yeah, Stephen was a jerk. He's been a jerk and arrogant and all this other thing, and we accept it. We understand that. So anyway.
Scooby, Scooby, hey Scooby, it's great to see you, is asking, why was Brenda being deposed? She was deposed for for Colborn's Netflix lawsuit.
And the reason she was deposed is because of these emails and text messages, because she was involved. She got pulled into it. And that's the reason that Griesbach, in my opinion, left the case, because it absolutely destroyed attorney-client privilege. I don't know any other way to look at it. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know any other way to look at it. I think Cherie probably agrees with that. Cherie? She may have stepped away. But I think that, he after this became public knowledge in May of 2022, that there's thousands of texts and emails between the three of them, Griesbach resigned in mid-July. He left the case. So
Yeah. Sheila says she put herself there pretty much. I mean, really,
Well-
that's a true statement.
well, she helped draft the original filing, the original complaint. She helped Griesbach draft it.
Yeah.
So she was involved in the case. So they had every right to depose her.
Yep.
So that's why.
And I can't wait to see more from the deposition.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. We are on Exhibit 26, and as you can see, this comes from, if you look here at the bottom, it says Document 289. It's like I was telling you, there are hundreds of documents that got filed, motions, so forth, and from the various sides. They get assigned a document number, and there are, not always, but usually there are exhibits that get attached to the original filing. This is Document 26 that was filed under restriction. So, with that said, I'm going to also preface this. These are answers. We do not have the questions, which I really don't understand why we don't have the questions of the person that's talking to Colborn. I think, yeah, this is Colborn. And I'm pretty sure this is from a taped part of his deposition, right? And they pulled.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's what I've been looking for, but I haven't pinned it down yet. Maybe you looked already I'm trying to find their questions, but
Yeah,
do you look already?
I poked around, but I haven't found it either. So
Yeah, I couldn't. These were hard to read just because all we're getting is an answer from Colborn and without a question for context.
that's right. So this first document is 14 pages, 13 probably about 12 or 13 that are actually got typing that we can read. But I think that we can kind of gather what the question is from not all the replies, but some of them at least. So with that said, Doc, are you available to read? Because I want to go around the table here.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, while you're here, I know you may have to step away for a few minutes, and that's fine. But if you would, why don't you start us out here at the top one, 153, and then we can discuss each one if necessary afterwards, or we can continue to move on. But let's get started.
This is Colborn, right?
This is Colborn. That's right.
Okay. I was very divided about retirement. I felt I still had a lot to offer the citizens in my community and to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office. But just like in 2006, when I ran for sheriff, I knew that at the beginning of 2019, we were going to have a new sheriff. And this new sheriff has his own vision for the department. And no matter how much I tried, I felt that because of making a murderer and the light that I was portrayed in, my continued service to the department would be more of a distraction than it would be beneficial for the department. So I thought it best, in order for the sheriff not to be having to continuously defend me or defend what his department did back in 2005, that maybe he would be easier able to get his new agenda up and running if I simply left the department.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, woe is me.
Yeah. Pretty long explanation there for just saying I thought that it would be better if I left. Because of the distraction from making a murder. But this is 2019, moving into 3+ years after the release of the series.
Yep.
Well, it wouldn't be going on if he hadn't filed the damn lawsuit. He's the one that made it go on. I mean, is he
That's-
just saying that making a murder is? I mean, did that really?
Well, in the
I don't-
Second
I
amended
guess he
there's
did.
in the
Yeah, go ahead.
well, I was going to say I could pull up the Second Amendment complaint. He blamed making a murder for everything but the Black Plague.
And
Seriously.
I know he's, says he got all these death threats and all these calls, but I wonder how much of that is real.
Well, allegedly there's somebody help me out here. Didn't he say hundreds of calls that they recorded at the department and at his home?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard all of them. We heard at least part of them in Cam, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, there are people out there that are, not mentally thinking clearly and let themselves get so polarized against Colborn and Link. I think got some pretty rough calls and probably others as well. And then of course there was the bomb threat. So I don't agree with any of that. None of us here do. So I don't know how much he's embellishing that end of it, Kay. But I suspect that it probably wasn't too far embellished. Maybe some.
And that it was a distraction and that the sheriff was answering for him all the time. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what he's
the part
thinking.
I don't understand. It was the sheriff really answering for him all the time.
I guess he's thinking that the sheriff is going to be answering for him or having to defend him at that point still. And I don't know. Maybe that part's embellished a little bit too much.
It's too bad it all ended because I'm sure he did have so much more to offer the community. He really missed out.
Yeah, I'm not detecting any sarcasm in your voice at all.
Yeah, it's super sad.
Right. All right. Doc, if you want to continue.
Sure. Love to.
Oh, you have a comment first, or you?
No. The next comment he makes, it could apply to everyone, including myself. It's a really interesting comment. Quote: "Health-wise, I guess I'm glad that I retired. I'm not as young as I used to be. This continued added stress has taken its toll on my blood pressure and everything else. So, and in some ways, I'm glad I retired, but I miss it daily."
Huh. Well, okay. What about your zipper? Any problems there?
Would you like me to continue?
Well, I was just going to make one comment, and you can continue. Again, for anyone that followed the case, he blamed making a murder for the breakup of his marriage, and that's not true at all. Yeah. He got himself a girlfriend, and his wife found out about it and threw him out. And I'm done. And if you guys remember, there were depositions from her parents, Barbara Colborn's parents as well, and they weren't none too happy with him either. So,
yeah, but it seems to me that I can see the parallels here, right? Stephen became the whipping boy for all the problems, and now making a murderer has become the target of all the problems that everyone has faced. And
that's right.
Andrew Colborn is no different. He's blaming making a murderer for everything.
Yep, I agree. And but that's because they left things out that I'm not going to say maybe they shouldn't have showed more of Stephen's past. I think it's their decision. It's their documentary, one way or the other. And if people wanted to know more, I wanted to know more. So we found out, that vehicle was open for us to inquire and get documentation, which we did. A lot of people did. So,
yeah.
All right, Doc, you can continue whenever you're ready.
It did start all over again because they literally took right up where they left off. No facts checking, gross distortion of details, creating incidents and scenes that never even occurred. And I felt that, this is just never going to stop. as long as they continue to make tons of money off this, they don't care whose lives they destroy. They're going to continue to re-victimize the Hallbark family, and they're going to continue to destroy my life and my family. So yes, I think Making a Murderer 2 is nothing more than a long arm of continued extension of Making a Murderer 1.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy, he's pissed.
Of which he hadn't watched. I mean,
Yeah, he didn't watch it.
What he said on, like, didn't he say watch 20 minutes of it or something?
He said 20 or 30 minutes total. Maybe by the time he
One
watched
episode,
some,
yeah.
well, by the time his lawyer showed him some other clips, he said maybe 45 minutes or so, tops. Which is another interesting part for those that don't know. This is what he said during these various depositions and questions that he was asked throughout this whole affair between end of 2018 and going through, 2022. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Well, it pisses me off that he talks about how Ma'am 1 and 2 ruined so many people's lives, and how they're re-victimizing the Hallbox all over. I disagree. I believe that it was law enforcement and the state who ruined so many lives, because not just Stephen and Brendan, but they denied true justice to Teresa and the Hallbox. And, all of the friends and loved ones and, people that care about and love Stephen and Brendan, their lives are wrecked as well. The entire Avery Dassey family's lives are completely wrecked. And so what an asshole. I mean, he's disgusting.
Yeah. I just popped on the screen real quick. This is the second amended complaint for whatever reason, and I can't answer why. But the original judge, basically told him they had to rewrite it, and I can't tell you why. And it lists all the different people that are involved at the top of this. And it lists these various things about Colborn, and then what Ma'am caused. This document is available. I'll link all these documents in the description after we're done for anyone that is interested. We don't have every document and exhibit, but we've got just a ton of really the more important stuff. Of course, a lot of this stuff is sealed, so the exhibits will tell you that they're sealed. I just wanted to pop this up and, just show you guys. This list just goes on, and he blames Making a Murderer for everything. It's crazy.
But all jokes aside here, had Judge Ludwig sided with Colborn, that this would have potentially opened up the floodgates for every documentary ever made.
It would have.
And it literally would have spelt the end for documentary filmmaking as we know it.
Well, certainly in the United States, I mean, it could have, it wouldn't really potentially end it in other parts of the world, but certainly in the United States, it would have. I mean, you're talking about censorship of the highest regard, in my opinion. You nailed it, way back when we were covering this last year.
Yes. It essentially would mean that certain type of documentaries cannot be shown in a particular region or country for the fear of being sued.
That's right. For defamation, defaming someone. Yep, I agree, Doc.
All right, would you like me to continue?
I would.
When Making a Murderer 1 was released, it was on a daily basis that literally my phone would continue ringing off the hook from midnight to midnight, 24 hours straight. People were calling from all over the world, and they were. people fooled by the making a murderer propaganda. What they didn't realize, or maybe they did realize and didn't really care, is all the calls, both my residence and to my office at the sheriff's office, were recorded. In some of the recordings are all in this vein here. Here's one that said, this is a transcription of the recording.
Yeah.
I quote.
And
oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, go ahead.
Would you like me to continue that quote?
Please.
I quote, "Hey, what's up, Colborn? I just wanted to say you're a fucking disgusting worm and might as well just go and fucking off yourself, you fucking piece of shit." End quote.
Wow. And I don't doubt it. We heard some of that. And people were really upset. I can say personally, I looked at Colborn with caution. I wanted to know more because, well, we just didn't have enough. You know, knowing, I mean, anybody that watches a documentary, you have to understand. I don't know any, well, there may probably a few out there. These are for-profit people. They're trying to make money. So, you know, and we learned into this in the lawsuit for those out there that don't know, Netflix got involved. The filmmakers had finished two were finished. The third one was almost finished when they were shopping around trying to, you know, get funding and help because they had to fund this themselves and it's not cheap, you know. So they were trying to get funding to help finish up and do the series, in which Netflix got involved and they had a lot of money and just reading and remembering reading through the documentation, Andy became kind of the protagonist, kind of looking at him through glasses of a different tint because of what we saw. Was that the full story? Of course not. I knew that. I knew it when I watched it. There were things that we were missing. So, but the editing, you know, there's a couple of, well, there's one edit for sure that became a big deal, but it didn't change anything. We've read through it. We've seen it. We knew it back in 2016. We had Making a Murderer we could watch. We had the trial transcripts, which we could read. We know that the CASO's objection was left out. It didn't matter. It didn't change anything, which is what Judge Ludwig ultimately ended up saying. This changed nothing. Just because the objection was left out. And the other guy, I can't remember his name. They left out the word flattened or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But again, it didn't change anything. And, you know, and certainly nothing in Making a Murderer had any effect on the trial at all, which some guilters have tried to make this connection. I'm like, they didn't do anything at trial. Filmed it. Anyway. Comments, questions before we move on?
No, and we don't condone any of this crap, and we never will.
No.
But you know, the fact that Andrew is trying to blame Making a Murderer for people calling in like this and being very nefarious and disgusting in their comments is just crazy. Because Making a Murderer Making a Murderer never put up a message to say, hey, look, we want you to call up Colborn and his family and give him death threats and be really nasty to him. None whatsoever.
People took that action on their own, and that's just the way it is. I don't like it. None of us here likes it. That's on them. They're the ones that took action. I don't care what you see on TV, and you know, especially in a documentary. Now, I said that I don't care what you see in a documentary. That shouldn't give anyone the right to call up a cop or anyone else and threaten them. Come on. No, don't do that. There's other ways to address it without threatening violence or to kill someone or their family or anything like that. That's crazy. Okay, Doc, Continue on.
No worries. I'm going to do this. This is a different caller. Quote, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that Colborn needs to be shot right in the taint with a fucking pellet gun, and he needs to be raped by 16 black men, all named Jerome. I'm really thinking with his wife being left out, being left out of prison where Colborn is going, there's going to be a lot of us going up to visit his wife, end quote.
Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Correct.
Yeah.
Would you like me to continue with the next quote?
Please.
Lucky I'm going to church for confession, right? Quote, I know what you did to Stephen Avery. You fucking disgust me. Let me tell you, there's many people in this world that fucking hate you, Colborn. I fucking hate you. I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something good. I'm going to rip your fucking eyes out and skull fuck you. End quote. Hey, look, Jack 61. I hope I'm not quoted in Cam 2.
Well, we never know, Doc.
You never know.
No.
Here's another one.
Yep, continue on.
Here's another one. Quote, hey, what's up, Mr. Colborn? I just wanted to say I'm sorry. That's one I read already. Congratulated. This is a different call. Quote, congratulations on winning loser and douchebag of the year. You beat out ISIS. Congratulations on winning douchebag of the year. You beat out ISIS for the biggest loser and douchebag of the century. I hope it was worth it for you.
Now, there's a highly intelligent person right there.
Yeah.
What do you think he wanted to call him, a douchebag and a loser?
Yeah.
Only beat out ISIS? Am I repeating myself?
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, Lord. Ali's got a question. Do you know if he ever had any of these threatening callers found and or charged? No, we don't know that. I'm not aware of any, Ali. Yep.
Doesn't
and
it seem like that should be what his action would be, like any other normal person who's getting threatening calls or whatever, to have an investigation done into who they are, charges brought up or whatever, because it's not just Colborn. It's there was Kratz, there was others.
Link, the department.
So, and it's also not specifically to making a murder. I mean, there's all kinds of random shows, true crime shows, anything, where people have the same experience where people start calling them and they, they're doxxed and, and they start getting threatening, calls and people coming by their house and stuff like that. You would think that there'd be some kind of,
investigation.
Something. Yeah.
I would imagine, being in his shoes, I would have definitely wanted, the DCI or maybe even the FBI, because these calls were coming from, outside the state and outside the country, to have opened an investigation and ran down some of these people that were making threats, because this is no joke. You call and threaten a cop or multiple cops and the department with harm. You have to put an end to that. It's wrong. It's just wrong. I agree, Ali. And as far as I don't know of any investigation. That doesn't mean there wasn't one. Maybe that's something that's worth sending an open record request for to Manitowoc. So, all right, Doc. You can continue on if you want. Yep.
Yeah. I can continue on. So, in total, and I guess before I mention that, there were many references to not only harming me, but harming my children, harming my wife. And I'd like to mention that, You know, my wife is an angel. She spent her entire life as a pediatric nurse, with the exception of the stint in the United States military. You couldn't ask for a better mother, a better partner, and, you know, while I can't and never will be able to totally wrap my head around why I was chosen for this assault and in this attack.
And well, I know Andy doesn't see the things he sees that oftentimes people can't see, but at the same time, talking about his wife into this vein and what he did to her,
After what he did to her.
Yeah, it's pretty hypocritical, you know, after we found out what happened. I agree, Rhonda.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's got any other comments about that, but really, I mean, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that was shitty.
Yeah.
My wife is such an angel and a better mother and partner than anyone could ask for, but I'm going to go fuck somebody else anyway.
Yep.
Pardon my language.
Well, no, it's fine. It's fitting.
It just makes me. It made me so angry reading that.
Right. Right. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Well, if there's no comments or questions, absolutely. Okay. Anything, Rhonda, Sheree, anyone? Allie? And Allie, if you have a question, you're certainly welcome to say it here. You don't have to tap it in. You can say it right here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Doc.
Okay. It's even harder for me to comprehend why they would attack my wife or my family or my children. 2 of my children are either serving or have served in the military. They're all graduated college. They've all done their best to be productive citizens in their life. I could only say that I liken this propaganda piece to 1930s and early 1940s Nazi Germany. That's the only other group of people that I think were fooled so completely by these skillful propagandists. Wow. Oh my God.
It's a little bridge. I think it hit the bridge a little too far, in my opinion.
That's way over the top. Oh my God. What an ass. He's such a dickhole.
Yeah, I think that's too much. Yeah, I think that they made a mistake with some of the things that they did, but it's just an opinion, you know. People, these documentarians, it's their vision, it's their time, and oftentimes their money. And, if they think they can sell it, again, this is about making money. People forget that. CAM is about making money. So, all right, Doc, continue on.
Okay. Yeah, I could read one more. The messages that I read are just one of, I think I filled up 27 or 28 compact discs full of recorded messages, all along the same vein. Some worse than these, some more articulate from all over the world, not just from the United States, but from all over the world. Literally, my phone every day when I would come home in the work would ring non-stop. It was interfering with my ability to do my job. I had to have the dispatch center or anyone who was trying to get a hold of me constantly call me by my cell phone because my office phone was chewed up with these individuals making constant threats against my life.
Well, I get that, but, would one of your first things to do would be to change your number? I would. Just change the number, and that would end it.
And also, I don't know what all the rules were for this deposition, but it feels to me like he should have had to produce these 27 or 28 compact discs of calls.
Yeah, I would think so, and I don't know if those would be, if there was a case open, if an investigation, those would be available for open records requests. I don't know where we would get them or not, but it's possible.
You read my mind. I was thinking the same thing, and like, because he lied. Well, we know he's a liar anyway, but we have proof because he lied about the reason for his divorce. So,
yeah,
how can we believe this stuff? Obviously, I believe some of it's true, but
yeah, I think it was an overstretch.
Yep.
Well, you're pushing towards 30 CDs. That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot of CDs of calls. So yeah, I need to see and hear those.
Yeah.
If you're going to make that claim, I just have to say oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kay.
I was just going to say, you would think that if those exist in that quantity, that they would have been entered as an exhibit in his lawsuit.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't recall that, though. I don't remember those ever being admitted as an exhibit.
Oh. No, I don't either. Only his words.
But I will say we don't have every page, so it's possible. But I don't remember anything about them being admitted as an exhibit and then being asked to be sealed. So if they were, we probably would have seen something. But at the same time, if there was an investigation, which I suspect there was, I'll have to agree with Allie that if there was a case and these CDs were admitted as a piece of evidence, then they may be available for open records. I just don't know. So
I just want to say to Danny Brewer fan, that's me. Dickhole is my favorite term. I say it all the time. I am familiar through depositions and trials and all kinds of other things. I'm familiar with a lot of dickholes, and you will hear me say it often if you listen to enough of what I do. So you're welcome.
Yeah, I have to say that is Rhonda's go-to word. There's no doubt. I've heard her say it many times. So, all right, Doc. Looks like there was a discussion between the crew and Colborn. Can you read one more? Or do you need to step?
No. I could read to the bottom of the page if you like.
Sure.
Okay. A mutual aid request is a request made by an agency that is involved in a case or an incident that may be beyond the manpower capabilities that the originating agency has at their disposal. For instance, a multi-car traffic crash on the interstate. Well, that may occur within, say, for example, Ozark County. Ozark County may quickly realize that they need the resources of the Wisconsin State Patrol. They may need the resources of Sheboygan County. They may need the resources of the local police departments to divert traffic.
Right.
So, multi-jurisdictional, scratch that. Was that the term, or, and I'll read the last bit, a mutual aid request can come as is it's a frequent occurrence, and it happens all the time.
Well, I know what I say to that. And, he's talking about a car wreck where multiple departments may be involved, a multi-pilot. Yeah, I think we all get that. It's not the same thing as a murder investigation. I don't care which kind of pie you got or cake. It's not the same. It's not this is apples and, probably an elephant. The difference. It's not the same at all. I don't, comparison-wise.
But exactly right. They're trying to find parallels. This argument has come up all the time. Remember in the trial testimonies that we were reading, they're all trying to find some form of justification why in this particular murder investigation you had to have multidisciplinary and departments from all over the place including individuals from the MTSO.
That's
so
right.
It's quite clear that Colborn is trying to give an analogy in which hey, of course they needed our help. That's why we were there. No big deal at all.
But it, in reality, was a huge deal.
A huge deal, correct.
Yep, because of the lawsuit that Avery had. So I think we've all personally voiced this, that Manitowoc shouldn't have been within 5 miles of the Avery property. If they needed some kind of piece of equipment, fine. But in reality, I mean, to me, they should have gotten Brown County or Sheboygan or some other county to assist them, not Manitowoc. I mean,
Well,
given what they did and their actions. Go ahead, Doc.
I was going to say, I think this is the reason why there's such this throwback towards what making a murderer revealed. It revealed the modus operandi of what actually transpired during the murder investigation.
Yeah.
There's no way that the officers would have ever, in their wildest dreams, ever thought that it was going to be taken this far. And in 2023, we're reading this material out to a whole lot of people. They never ever would have thought that the way they carried out or conducted their business was going to be scrutinized in this manner.
No.
And it's blown up in their face. So now I see convicting a murderer as providing a mouthpiece for law enforcement to basically state what they did and why they did it, which is very, very interesting, right?
Very interesting. And, you know, the just trying to justify their involvement, their heavy involvement, trying to say, oh, well, we were just there to give them resources and, you know, get lunch. And that's not true. While some of that did happen, they were investigating heavily in this case.
Yes.
And it should have been Wiegert and Fassbender were named the two leads, which I personally wish that if there's going to be anyone involved, it would have been Pevito. But I don't think that guy would have pulled any shit. He just didn't strike me as that at all.
No, and Pevito, you could tell that Pevito was very, very pissed off on the stand because he knew what had transpired on November the 8th was just shocking. But furthermore, there were many other people, Colhane, Eisenberg, and others who did piss poor jobs. I'm sorry, but they did. And they were heavily criticized by the professional people that Kathleen Zorner had employed, and including Kratz himself, the way he was just his flagrant behavior and cavalier behavior in the courtroom was just shocking. And so I praise Making a Murderer for revealing the shenanigans that took place. And that's why Convicting a Murderer hit so hard on Making a Murderer, because it hurt. It really did hurt the MTSO and their reputation.
Well, you know, and just from this nonsense scientific guy talking here, even that list I put up on the multi mistakes that Colhane, she completely fucked up LMFL. It was a screw up from top to bottom.
Correct.
And they sold it. They sold it to the jury because they couldn't understand. They didn't understand the importance of what she did. And they just said, oh, okay, well, it's fine.
Correct. And also Dr. Eisenberg as well. Dr. Eisenberg came for real heavy criticism. And it just blew my mind. And I know that we've discussed it with Duke and others, how on Convicting a Murderer, they just revealed, oh, yeah, there were human bones found in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. You know, just
right.
And I'm thinking to myself, wait, did I just see that correct? They now admitted that there were human cremains found off the Avery salvage yard. And you think, just think of all those poor people during the court trials that kept on arguing, hey, what about the Manitowoc County gravel pit? What about those bones? And how Eisenberg just refused to classify them as being definitively human. And now, all of a sudden, on a docuseries, Oh yeah, the human. It's just ridiculous. Truly is.
It is. It's really ridiculous. Okay, and I want everybody to kind of keep notice on the left side. This gives the timestamp of going through this, I guess, whatever, this deposition. And there's some pretty significant, well, not real significant, but several minutes. So we're certainly missing. The problem with not having the full thing and the questions is context. And I hate it, but hey, we got what we got. We'll try to do with it the best we can. So, all right. Rhonda, you feel like reading for a few of these?
Sure.
Okay. Start at 1817, top of the page.
Okay. So the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office uses a record-keeping program known as AEGIS. So the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office uses the record-keeping program known as AEGIS. AEGIS is its own format. It's a trademark, patented company, and there's other agencies in Wisconsin, and I would imagine nationwide, that use AEGIS as their agency's record-keeping program. Part of the format or the cover page of the report lists evidence that will be part of this case report or this incident. So if they list under physical property, it's listed as evidence seized, which means that it's evidence, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually been seized into physical custody. For instance, in the Avery case, Teresa Halbach's vehicle was listed as a piece of evidence because on 2003, that vehicle was missing. Therefore, when it's recovered, it's going to be, and then Brenda corrects him for something, which, what the fuck?
Right. Again, context, right?
Yeah. On November 3rd of 2005, Teresa Halbach's vehicle was missing, and Manitowoc County was notified by another jurisdiction that Teresa and her vehicle were missing. As soon as any investigation is done into the disappearance of a vehicle and Teresa, the vehicle and Teresa will be listed on the incident report. That doesn't mean that the vehicle was located on November 3rd and seized. What it means is, at some point during the investigation of this incident or this case, Teresa Halbach's vehicle will be considered evidence. So any major
But he's trying to explain this document that shows Teresa has been kidnapped, murdered, whatever it says, and the vehicle seized on November 3. And we've tried to explain this. We can't totally. He's trying to explain this, and I'm not entirely in agreement with his explanation, but we'll leave it at that.
Sounds like he's trying to blame it on that AEGIS or whatever, like their format. Yeah. But I would like, I wish we could get somebody to talk to us about whether that's the case or not, like somebody that knows about that.
I agree. Somebody that really knows that system and how it works. That's what we really need. And we've been looking for somebody for years and no one's come forward yet.
I was going to say, I can't believe this hasn't been done yet. Like someone hasn't come forward and said, oh, that's normal. Because we've all made a big deal about this. What? The RAV4 was seized on November 3rd?
That's right.
What does that mean? That they knew where it was, that they had it in their custody or whatever? No one has come forward and said that's normal. That's just how the system lists it. Come on.
Could you go straight to AEGIS and find a person who sells that stuff to the police departments? So they would be doing demos on the AEGIS system. Could they answer that?
Maybe.
That sounds like logical to me.
Somebody that was around in 2005 with how the system. I'm sure it's been changed since then.
Yeah, I mean,
modernized.
Yeah, like in the Holtzclaw case, they don't use the same system that they did before.
Exactly. Yeah, to answer Jay, there's a document that shows Teresa being kidnapped, murdered, various things, and then also listed is the RAV4. and these are both listed on November 3rd. It says that the Toyota RAV4 was seized on November 3rd, which, if that's true, then they've got a big problem. If it's something that's just a shortcoming of the system, I'd like somebody to explain that in clear terms. That's all we're looking for. So,
Well, like even the guilters, I did a whole video on this. Like what? And not one guilter even bothered to comment. You know, and I know they watch my videos and stuff, so not one of them bothered to comment. Hey, that's normal.
that's right.
System. That's how it's done. It's like no one's bothered to try to explain this. Maybe, okay, keep them looking stupid. We look stupid for what's this? But someone should have, I would expect, to have said that by now somewhere to someone.
I agree. I totally agree. And no one's come forward after all these years and said, this is how this works. So, all righty, Rhonda, continue on.
Okay. So any major investigation and case, these reports are fluid. They're not static. So while the actual date that the incident was started never changes, the narrative of the report changes constantly. It can change daily. It can change weekly. It can change monthly. It can change years from now. There's cases that have not been solved at our agency, just like any other agency, that may not have had an entry made on them for 10, 15 years. Now a tip comes in. Now there's entries made on that case again.
See, that's a real shortcoming to me because it shouldn't be fluid. It should be static because that records when something actually happened, you know. That's me. All right, continue on.
So this is a unique situation. The Teresa Halbach case, very unique situation. Teresa was abducted and killed in Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office's jurisdiction when her vehicle was located and it, through the process of elimination, oh my God, sorry, seemed like the Avery salvage yard was going to be involved in the Avery salvage yard was going to be the crime scene. It was decided that Calumet County Sheriff's Office and the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation would be the lead investigating agencies for this case, with Manitowoc County providing assistance however needed. That is not what Pagel and Kratz said. Oh, sorry.
You're right.
Excuse me. Hold on, please.
Yep. Get a big drink of water. I do it all the time.
Sorry. I know I had to. Yeah. The reason for that being is Manitowoc County had a prior history with Mr. Avery, as Mr. Avery had been convicted in 1985 of a rape that he was later exonerated from. He just couldn't say that he had not committed, could he? He just couldn't say it.
Nope.
Nicole. When it was decided, and to my knowledge, this has never happened to any other agency where you have a homicide that occurred in your jurisdiction, yet you have an agency that the victim resides in being the lead investigative agency, or another agency in totally being the lead investigative agency. So in the Manitowoc officers, myself included, who were involved in assisting in the investigation of this case, asked numerous times. The reports for this case, the evidence for this case, who is maintaining all the record keeping? Who indeed? It was decided that Calumet County would be maintaining the police report, maintaining the chain of custody on the evidence and doing predominantly all the paperwork, along with the Department of Criminal Investigation. They would maintain their own sets of reports. I did not learn until the pre-trial conference that Manitowoc County, for whatever reason, also decided to maintain a police report. So I had not made any entries. This is killing me. I'm sorry. I had not made any entries to any report because I did not know Manitowoc County separate report from Calumet County. and from the Department of Criminal Investigations existed.
Let's pause there just for a second. I mean, seriously.
Jesus.
Sounds like he still has a lot to offer.
Well, I mean, you think about, this agency that's heavily involved in multiple officers, and we have a few reports. We have reports from Jost and Remaker, Orth, Shedder. That's just a few off the top of my head, and there's some others in there. But Colborn didn't write a report for the conversation he had with Stephen until June or July of the next year. I mean, 7-8 months went by before he wrote a report. To me, it's a bit unacceptable, especially given light of going directly to Stephen and asking about Teresa, and it was directly related. He should have written a report within a day or two of that conversation. Of course, when he wrote the report, he said Stephen said, "I never saw her." It's complete nonsense. Doc?
The other thing, of course, which is still mind-blowing, is that neither him or Lenk told Pagel that he had been deposed.
That's right.
They forgot
3 weeks,
to let
3
Pagel
weeks
know.
earlier. Yeah,
Correct.
3 weeks.
Correct.
I mean, come on. It's so ridiculous, man.
So Scooby says something that I was actually just about to say too. She says, for whatever reason, wouldn't it be protocol for a PD to document their work for anything? That's exactly what I was thinking. If you did anything, shouldn't you be keeping records of what you did, even if it's for their reports, so that they know what you've done? You should be, sharing that information with them for their reports or whatever, their record keeping that they're doing. But you don't think you need to write down anything that you're doing? I mean, it's confusing why you don't think you need to keep a record of what you're doing.
I think, Allie, just to go along with what you're saying, is that I think that, that's just part of a police officer's job as they go throughout their day. And just think about, we were talking last night on your live about Jacobs and the multiple things that he did in the case, and not one report. He did a lot more. I mean, I just talked about a couple of things. There's more that he did that we know of because of the phone calls.
Yeah, literally, when I was dating a cop, he had to write a report about everything he did. Now, I don't know if he was working with other agencies, but I imagine he probably was, because he also worked for the sheriff's office. So, but literally anything he did, he had to write some kind of a report about it. And it doesn't, if there was any kind of anything run through NCIS or whatever, anything, if he called in a plate, if he called in someone's license, he had to write a report on everything he did. Unless he was just, kind of standing there, he had to write a report. I was just standing there. I didn't do anything. Everything he did. So
I mean, there's incident reports. There's incident reports that we have that it's basically kind of a short. If there's really nothing happening, it's just an incident report. The information gets recorded in it, and it doesn't generate and go forward. But there is a record of what happened, even if it's minor.
So
right?
you know exactly where everybody was at all times and what they were doing or not doing, and that somebody, whoever's collecting all this information, knows everything, basically.
That's right. Yeah. You can reproduce and say he could say I was, November 3rd at whatever, 7 o'clock or whatever time it was, went and spoke with Stephen Avery. This is what he told me. End of the incident. That would probably have ended that incident at that point, because nothing more needed to be done. So that incident gets closed, but it's a record. And that wasn't done at all. So many times, not just for Colborn, but so many times in this case with other officers that had multiple incidents, and there's no report generated. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, and I can't really speak for a lot of other police reports, but I know that all of the police reports that I've read in Daniel's case,
Yep.
There are all kinds of supplemental reports that not all of them. Obviously, there's some that weren't included, but there's plenty of supplemental reports made by other officers who are on the scene. And I'm thinking specifically of Tabitha Barnes, the night that her house was allegedly broke into. Many different law enforcement officers responded to the scene. And they were all from the same department, to be sure, but not everybody had a direct contact with the actual scene at the house. But Daniel still had to write a report. Well, he did a supplemental report because he responded to a different part of the crime scene, not at the house. But there are a bunch of supplemental reports in that original break-in report, for people who were just there and didn't do anything, stand
they
out
were still involved.
Yes, they were still there.
Exactly.
So anyway, it's supplemental report is how I know that. And to me, this is just Andy Colborn trying to explain away, again, trying to make an excuse for why he didn't write reports. Well, I didn't have to. I didn't know before pretrial that Manitowoc. Is he fucking kidding? Come on. He knew before pretrial. He is so fucking transparent with his mindless, excuses. To me, anyway. It's just outrageous to me that he says all this horse shit and then, expects people to believe it.
Well, trying to justify, I guess. Nobody was writing any reports on this. I mean, what do cops do? I mean, he's a patrol sergeant. I don't know how he wouldn't know, but
that is
according to this, go ahead.
Half, the first half of your job is going out and doing, taking calls, whatever, patrolling between calls, and then the other half is writing a report about what you did that night. If you had to, if you pulled someone over for this, or whatever you did, if you got sent on a call for a domestic or whatever. The other half is after you're done with your shift. Usually you would go and write your report. If not, then you do that. My ex used to do all of his reports once a week, like on his days off, because it takes all damn day to write all those reports. It takes forever. So, call in dispatch. Okay, what time was I out here? When did I do this? And so he's calling dispatch to get all of his times down and to put with his notes so he can write his reports. Because that's like the other half of their job is writing reports so that they're always accounted for in what they're doing.
Yeah, it's like I was saying that, I know in Manitowoc, I can't speak for every county, but I would imagine it probably is pretty common. When somebody gets called out or goes out, like, let's just take the Colborn thing on November 3rd. He's told to go out and talk to Avery. That generates an incident, right? Because it gets recorded in the system and it's given a number. And then if there's nothing there, the incident will contain minor information and it's closed. If there's more to it, that incident could get reopened. Like, we have 8844. That's the main incident report for this case for Manitowoc, 8844. And we have the narrative log. It's pretty lengthy. It shows us that there's nothing was recorded on November 4th for some reason in this case. But there are other things too. They're very minor, little things that go through disposition change, and it gives other little minor details. But if there's nothing, like apparently this incident on November 3rd, nothing else gets generated, and so no report really gets written. But there is at least something recorded that he did. So I think I think it's pretty ridiculous that he even wrote the report that long after the fact. I don't believe him that, when he says that Avery said that Teresa didn't show up. He had already said she did. I mean, come on.
And that never, I don't believe for one second that ever happened. That Stephen Avery said that Teresa didn't show up. I don't think he said that to anyone ever.
I agree. I totally agree. Hugh Fraser's joined us. Hello, Hugh. He says, hi, all. I've just been listening for about the last 5 minutes, and I can't help thinking that it's such a pity that Steve Moore just lost interest in continuing his commentary. Yeah, for those that don't know, Steve Moore, he was a retired FBI agent that really started going through the case. And, it is a shame. I know his wife is still... Well, she did have some interest because she would comment. I see her comments in various places, social media, about different things. So yeah. So all right, if you guys are ready, let's march on down here. Let me get this back on screen. There we go. Rhonda, you want to continue to read? You want me to hand it off?
You can see if someone else wants to read.
All right, Kay.
Or I can finish. I can keep going either way.
No, let's just hand it off. We can share the pain for anyone else that wants to read. Kay, you want to read for a minute?
Where are we? The top of the page?
Yeah, top of the page.
The reports for this case.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
2636.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot to scroll. Yeah, 2636.
And it didn't appear to me to be a good idea to have our own report, but for whatever reason we did. Well, at that time, it was pointed out to me that I had not made any entries on the report from November 2005.
No shit, Andy.
It was pointed out to me in June 2006 that these entries should be made. So I did. I made an entry to the best of my knowledge of my interaction with Mr. Avery on November 3rd, 2005. And then other incidents or other areas of the investigation I was involved in on other dates in November of 2005. When we were executing search warrants at the Avery property.
I'm sorry. Did you really just say that? Seriously. Didn't appear to be a good idea to have our own report before whatever we did. Like, I made an entry to the best of my knowledge, my interaction with Mr. Avery on November 3rd. If you were literally the first person to have contact with Stephen Avery, don't you think it's, probably a good idea to take some notes on what he said, what time you got there, all that, call into dispatch, let them know that you've arrived and when you're leaving, and so you can do your report? That seems like something that a report needs to be written on for sure. That's not like, oh, I just stopped on the side of the road, and took a look at something. He had contact with Stephen Avery. He's the first person that did. So why wouldn't you do a report on that?
Well,
especially
go ahead, Kay.
Especially after saying that it was determined that the Avery salvage yard was going to be the crime scene.
Yep. That's right. So he's contradicting himself even there. But, I'd have to ask Sapricot, but I believe this is pretty much true that, as Ali said, when he would arrive at his location, he would notify dispatch that he's there and maybe going to be out of the car or whatever. And then when he cleared the scene, he would call that in too. And there would should also be an entry that he's cleared that call. They can close it or whatever, close the incident, and he's cleared the scene, moving on to the next whatever. I think
absolutely.
I think
do that.
I think at that point he was heading to go by the Zippers after he left there just to do a drive-by. So
sorry, that's exactly why they do that. They let dispatch know I'm here.
Yep.
Let them know they're leaving, and then that way when they go back, whenever they are going to do the report, they can call into dispatch and say, can you tell me, my times
That's
for
right.
arrived when I left, and then I'll fill in the middle with my notes, and that's how they write the report. So absolutely, that's what he should have been doing. And June, someone pointed it out to him. Really?
Yeah.
How long to figure out? You should have written a report about that.
So if we take from November to June, that's what, 8 months, 6, 7, yeah, basically 8 months later, he starts a report. And if he didn't have any notes or anything, he's just going to make something up. He told me she didn't arrive. I don't believe that for 1 second. Hold on a second. You guys talk for just a second.
Did he say that? Did he say in his report that she did that Stephen told her she didn't arrive? I don't remember that.
No. He had in Colborn's report, he stated that Stephen said he didn't talk to Teresa. He admitted that Teresa was out there for about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yep.
But Colborn's report states that he never spoke with Teresa, giving the implication that no exchange took place. And that clearly isn't right. So the whole notion of that was that Stephen was being deceptive to law enforcement, and they make that point in Cam as Stephen's forever changing narrative. Now, for Stephen, it could have just simply meant, hey, look, we didn't have an intensive chat about the universe, the cosmos, the meaning of life. It was just idle chit chatter. Hey, you've taken a picture of the van. Here's the money. Here's a magazine. Thank you. Catch you next time. And that's probably what Stephen thought was, hey, we never really had a conversation.
Yep.
That's exactly what I would think that Stephen meant by that. We didn't
Correct.
talk because he was asking her, I'm sure, or asking Stephen, I'm sure, did she tell you where she was heading next? Did she say anything about what her next stop might be? Do you know anything about where she might have been going after this, or was she done? No, we didn't talk. That's what I would say too. No, she didn't tell me anything.
Correct.
That's right.
He subsequently said it was just really just hi and bye, and that to Stephen that was just plain simple, and he saw nothing else. But however, they made that a big selling point, not only in the trial but in convicting a murderer.
Yep, that's right. Yep, and Dee made a good point, and D. Peterson, and how can any details in the report be trusted since it was written so long after the fact? And I don't trust it, Dee. I really don't. And I want to welcome Duke. How you doing, Duke?
What's up, guys? Sorry,
Hey, Duke.
popping in kind of late here, but had some free time, so I figured I'd jump on and
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is some interesting reading from at least some portion of an interview that Colborn gave. I'm guessing it's just a guess, to the producers of Convicting a Murderer. He's answering questions, so that's what we're reading. We don't have the questions, unfortunately, but hey, we got what we got.
But can I also just make a quick comment? The other thing, of course, is I just can't believe that Colborn didn't think it was necessary for the MTSO to have a report, because the bizarre thing, of course, was that the sole reason why he was called in was because he was an evidence technician. So remember what he said on cam? He brought his equipment with him. And furthermore, he was in Stephen Avery's trailer. He was collecting swabs of suspected blood. And furthermore, He had a camera with him and he was doing documentation. And to think that, on the other thing, of course, they had a babysitter with them from Calumet. So how on earth he could have thought that it wasn't a good idea for him to write an intensive report, I just cannot understand. I really can't.
Well, again, that brings up another part of this. It's a side thing, but it's really kind of in their face and ours. When you have to have one agency assigned to babysit the other one that's helping you with resources, you've got a big problem right off the bat. You've created a mess, in my opinion. That's why I'm saying Manitowoc should have never been involved because of the lawsuit. But I think that I don't remember who said it, but they thought this was just going to go its own merry way, and no one was going to put it under the microscope like it has been. And it just been another business day. That's not what happened at all. Duke?
Yeah, I mean, just think about something like the key, right? And his ever-changing, nonsensical version of how he found the key. One of the consistent factors of that amongst everyone who was there is they said that immediately they knew the significance of finding that key, right?
Yep.
And so the thought that a seasoned law enforcement officer would know a significance of finding a potential key piece of evidence in a missing homicide case, and they're not going to write a report, is it doesn't make sense. You would obviously write a report. You were asked to go out to Cuss Road twice. You helped dig. Yep. You were asked to go to Maribel Caves, and you found some pants and some lube. You were photographing burn barrels that evidently had, human remains in them, as we later found out. Oh, you can't convince anyone that you didn't think it was worth writing a report. That just doesn't work.
No, if he was a rookie, maybe he was, dumb enough to kind of believe that, but he's a many-year law enforcement officer and a patrol sergeant. He had to know. I mean, he had to know.
Right, and it goes to your point earlier, Jack. There's multiple officers, and I think of a prime example is Deputy Inspector Shetter. Greg Shetter is the name. You don't see a single report from, and yet if you listen to the dispatch calls for the first couple days, if not the majority of the days, he's one of the lead guys in this whole case. People are going to him to ask questions. It's mind-boggling to think that we don't have a single report from him. It's actually disturbing.
He was definitely directing traffic. There's no doubt about it. He was heavily involved. I mean, you can, as you said, you can pick that up from the dispatch and radio traffic, and nothing. We have no reports from him. I mean, we could go off deep into that fishbowl, but okay. Looks like just some conversation until continue to go on. So, Kay, if you want, why don't we continue on down this document?
All right. It was a pretrial conference, so the prosecutor, Ken Kratz, and I believe at the pretrial conference, Lieutenant Link was there as well. And he mentioned then that he had just made some entries onto the report himself. So I was made aware of it, both by Lieutenant Link and by the prosecuting team for that.
Interesting. Continue.
Sure. He's a sheriff now at the time. He was a lieutenant. Lieutenant Wiegert, I believe, also mentioned that yes, we have we are the lead agency and we have our own police report, but one was started in Manitowoc County, and simply putting on your report, see Calumet County Police Report isn't going to be sufficient.
No joke.
Manitowoc County.
Well, that happened a lot, and even in the case report. And I think it was, Doc, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think one of the lawyers in the defense diaries made comment about the Calumet County, the CASO investigative report, about it being written in the narrative and the way that it was written.
One of the biggest concerns was that a lot of the reports were written well after the fact.
Oh, yeah.
the big issue here is that you have the problem of collusion, which means that, hey, we need to get together and get our story straight. And the one report that the defense diaries attorneys were really concerned about was a report about the key. He goes, that report stood out like the proverbials because it was very, very carefully written and documented line by line, including the number of times that they wore gloves, because they knew full well that no one was going to believe that narrative of how that key was found. And of course, Colborn was right in the middle of everything. So, yeah, it was pretty bad for him.
It did look bad, Duke.
Yeah, the other thing, those on the podcast, the defense attorneys, one of the other things that they pointed out, which is a good catch, something that they see all the time, these reports, right? He said they've never seen police reports where there's always a date of the incident, right? They're writing the report about, but there's also a date in which the report is written, always. He's like, I've never seen a case where all of their reports, there's not a single one that tells us when it's written. If you look at the DCI reports, they've got it on there when the report date is, just meaning when these officers wrote up their report. But
well, yeah, and they have an
and obviously
they
Manitowoc,
have,
no.
Well, DCI, they also have the actual occurrence date. They've got both.
Right, and that's what all of them should have for CASO,
Right.
and they make mention to it quite a bit that. It is a concern that we have no idea when these reports were written.
Right, and if anybody that looks to the 2000, the first CASO report, the CASO investigative report, it's on page, I want to say it's like 298, or I don't remember the exact page number. I can look it up, but if you look at it, there's one page says reports written after this date. Or were generated after the fact, blah, blah, blah. It's really strange. And Duke pointed out there should be the occurrence date and the report date, and we don't get that. We don't get both, and it should always be that way. That way you know when something actually happened. And I can tell you, Lieutenant Sipple, he's got a report in there, and this concerns me raising so much hell about his phone call to Captain Rush, talking about what he found in the Manitowoc County Quarry, these 2 5-gallon buckets of bones on November 9th. If you look at his November 9th report, it doesn't really read that way. It reads differently if you compare the two. So I think it's a big deal. And just a plug for Defense Diaries, if you guys out there that maybe new or haven't heard us talk about them, they have done, these 2 lawyers have done 10, I think 10, is that right, Doc? 10 podcasts?
So far, 10.
Yeah, on the Avery case. And anywhere you listen to your podcast, you can find them. They do a really good job. They're not shy about calling out both sides. I think they've done a wonderful job so far, everything that I've heard. There's some things they clearly don't know because they, and they have every right to question, some of the reports that have been, I say reports, the open records requests that have been out there. They would like to see, receipts attached, and we don't generally do that because a lot of times these receipts have personal information of the person that requested it. So I get it. I get that part of it. I certainly wouldn't mind sharing anything that I've gotten personally with them because they're lawyers. I don't think they're going to expose that at all. But they've done a really good job, I think, of what they see when they go through the case. Definitely give them a listen if you have time. Okay, Kay, you want to read a couple more of these?
When I made my entry on 6/29 of 2006, I preempted my report by stating I had attended a pretrial conference and I was instructed to make entries onto the Manitowoc County case report narrative. And I stated in chronological order by I think they meant to type starting on
Yeah.
November 3rd. I had interaction with Mr. Avery. The next entry or the next entry of mine onto the report would have been something that I did on November 8th of 2005, but didn't put it down on paper until June 29th of 2006 when I was made aware that there was a Manitowoc County report that mirrored Calumet County's.
Well, I think he also forgot to make any kind of entry for November 5th, right, Doc?
I believe so. I've actually got the MTSO report in front of me.
I can't remember if he made any entry where him and Remiker and Tyson went back in, at 7 o'clock or so and stayed till after 10 when they cleared out in Avery's trailer. I can't remember. Anyway, continue on, okay?
Yes, because I thought the information that I had for November 8th was significant enough to be included in the case report in chronological order. And that's the way it was typed and transcribed by our clerical staff in chronological order. Okay. Doofus.
All right, moving on to the next page.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going if you want.
I'm reluctant to answer any questions about that. That was I don't know where Mr. Romwell got that information because I didn't work on November 4th, 2008. Sorry,
I think
2005.
That's supposed to be Ramlow.
Yeah. Well, he didn't work on November 4th, guys. What was he doing on November 4th?
Well, at the time he couldn't remember, but later on in CAM he did.
Yeah, my memory always gets better years later.
Right, exactly.
Oh, it's been 10 years. I remember so clearly now.
Exactly.
Let me tell you. Wasn't on duty, not anywhere near the Syntax. Did not work on November 4th, 2005. Don't know what he's thinking. Either he's lying or he's totally mistaken. Sean convinces Andy to saw stuff. What?
I don't know what that's. Some kind of reference, and again, context of the question, we don't have it. We just don't have it.
You saw stuff. Weird.
Andy to saw. Sean convinces Andy maybe to say stuff. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I remember seeing this earlier when I scanned through it. I don't know what it means. I think it's say stuff.
Well, it could be. There are quite a few typos.
Yeah.
To the best of my recollection, my only interaction was with Kevin Romwell was when I arrested him for drunk driving, operating while intoxicated, and that would have been in 2006, well after Teresa Hallbach case was done.
Interesting.
Many people have asked me why I enlisted in the United States Air Force in 1976 when I was still 17 years old. So my father signed so that I could enlist because I hadn't reached the age of 18. And I struck up an agreement with the U.S. Air Force that as soon as I graduated from high school, which would be June of 1977, within a week I would report to basic training in Lackland Air Force Base, Texas. And people have asked me, well, you served in the United States Air Force from December 1976 to 1988. Why, after all that time, didn't you just stay in a few more years and at least you would have then had some sort of retirement from the military? Why didn't he stay in?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe
he'll explain it. Yeah, maybe he'll explain it.
But at some point, I realized that I wanted to get into law enforcement, and the last place that I was stationed when I was in the military was at Nellis Air Force Base, which is located in Las Vegas, Nevada. So I applied for Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And when my parents developed some health issues, and it just seems like I was going to be needed at home. Now, fortunately, my parents were able to work through those health problems at that time, but I moved back to the state of Wisconsin, where I'm from anyway, and I wanted to continue to pursue law enforcement and and then the next one, looking back at it now, did I make a mistake leaving the military? Maybe I should have stayed in the military and got some sort of job in aviation. After I completed it certainly would have been less stressful, and I wouldn't have to constantly be in a state of high alert just to make sure that my family's safe. Hey, Jack, can you get someone to read so I can have a coffee sit over here?
Absolutely. Allie, you feel like reading some?
Sure.
Okay. Start with at 3842.
All right. Flip side of that, though, I wouldn't, with the exception of making a murderer, I wouldn't change one single thing that I've done with my life. I'm proud to have been able to serve for the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. I consider it an honor and a privilege to have been able to serve my community in that capacity home. I just wish, and I guess that's why I don't understand, what did I do to incite this kind of fury and hatred towards myself when I don't know these people from Adam? I've never, ever, with the exception of this one single case, been accused of any sort of misconduct in public office or any sort of crime, or I don't.
Some of this is cut off. I mean, that started at 3842, and now we're at 3947. So there's clearly some cut off. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. I don't understand. I can't even understand how it worked for them, but it certainly did. They did a masterful job of portraying me as the most evil person on the face of the earth, when, at least in my opinion, it's the farthest thing from the truth. I can't expect and I won't ask any of my colleagues or peers to provide me with any sort of peer support here. Not peer support, but provide me with any sort of character reference, because I don't want anybody else to be going through what I'm doing.
I personally think, and I don't know what everybody else can comment if they wish, but I personally think that they put Kratz in a much worse light than they did Colborn. That's just my personal opinion.
I do too. Yeah. I won't ask, and I don't expect any of my colleagues, my fellow law enforcement officers, I don't expect anyone, even my family, to provide me with any sort of character reference or to, for lack of a better word, stick up for me, or to make any sort of public speech on what kind of person I am, because I don't want anyone. I don't want my worst enemy to go through what I'm going through, and I certainly don't expect anybody else to put themselves in harm's way and go through this. I think 2019 Andy Colborn tells 1988 Colborn, stay in Las Vegas, continued to try and get hired by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, where you can protect yourself and your family from this type of, because I don't believe that this type of attack would have worked against an officer at a larger agency. It wouldn't have worked. I just don't think it would have worked. I'm at a small agency. People felt bad for me. Certainly they did, but it works better attacking somebody like this on a smaller agency because we don't have the resources to combat it. Absolutely. Absolute. Part of their narrative, part of their agenda was to portray us as a bunch of ignorant hillbillies that couldn't find their way out of a paper bag, let alone solve a homicide. Sorry. Absolutely not. I'm not from Manitowoc County. I hadn't known in 1985 when Mr. Avery was convicted of all sexual assault. I was in the United States Air Force, stationed at Nellis Air Force Base. It wasn't an opinion. It isn't like I'm begged and pleaded. It was pointed out to me that the resources that Calumet County and the Wisconsin Department of Justice had at their disposal were not going to be sufficient to investigate and to serve search warrant on property the size of the Avery salvage yard. It was pointed out to me that I had shown some degree of competence in criminal investigation, and that they felt my involvement in this case would be beneficial to the Halbach family and to the outcome of this case. So while I wished it had gone differently, if I could turn back the clock to that Saturday on November of 2005, when they first called me and said that Teresa's car had been discovered on Avery property salvage yard, even knowing what I know now, I still would have participated in the investigation, because I felt that we had the best chance, the team that we put together would have the best chance of taking a murder off the street and protecting society from him.
I've got a problem with that there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Duke.
What's this team that we put together?
Well, that was my question. Continue.
You can ask me questions about my deposition. They just don't want me talking about that. That call wasn't in 1996, though by 1996 I was on patrol. Yes, to this day, I still don't know if that was anything related to the Avery case. And if you have my deposition, you know they edited it and twisted it. So, wow. To viewers of Making a Murder 1 and 2, you know, I'm not by far. You know I'm not a perfect human being. I've made mistakes in my life, both personal and professional. I've learned from those mistakes and moved on beyond them. There's a huge difference between making a mistake in one's life and committing a felony, okay? The committing of a felony part never happened. Planting evidence never happened. Making a Murderer 1 and 2 at best is an advocacy piece. It was
wow.
Oh, sorry.
Let me just say, I mean, it's okay for him to make a mistake and move on beyond that. But if Stephen Avery is a bad dude, then he's instantly a murderer. Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, we can't get past the key. I don't care what he says here. You can't get past the key with what Kratz did in his closing. If Kratz hadn't done that, there would be far less of a problem. He's the one that asked the jury if they could set the key aside, meaning which, the cops helped the case out, but, you know, they thought they had their guy, and they were just, you know, helping the case. And, Doc?
Well, the thing is that there are multiple issues here, and I'm sure you guys will back me up on this, in that, for a start, the MTSO didn't provide a timestamp for him when he made the call about the plates.
That's right.
And that wasn't found out too much later. Now, that's not the fault of MAM, right? That's definitely not the fault of MAM.
No.
It was the MTSO themselves that left them hanging on a hook. Also, I don't believe that we get confirmed what Colborn said, that Wiegert had provided him the information about the plates. But the
Not
thing
that I'm aware of.
Yeah, two things that were really damning for him, and that was Kratz in his closing statement, basically saying, hey, look, put aside the key. And even Kratz admits on cam that the key was problematic, right? And that it really effed up their case. But also, what is of real concern was the fact that Colborn even admitted in convicting a murderer that he could not remember the coins. He could not remember the material that was on top of the cabinet. And quite clearly, in his testimony, his trial testimony, he said that he was not too gentle on the cabinet, shaked it, pulled it, which means that now he is stuck with his narrative. He can no longer explain why shaking the cabinet didn't result in all the coins and other paraphernalia that were on top of the cabinet fell to the ground, which means, was he lying? Was that just a setup, just a stage? In other words, they knew that the key was deliberately placed there for the sole purpose of directly connecting Stephen to the crime. So you've got this really interesting toing and froing. On the one hand, he's blaming Mam, but it all ultimately comes back to him. He made himself look bad, not making a murderer.
And it gets worse because remember what he did after Making Murder was released? He wrote another explanation of everything about that bookcase. And it was different than his trial testimony.
Correct. And we've also got that document that of Colborn that you got from these release notes, not this one, but another one, where he clearly says, oh, no, it wasn't in plain view. No. So he's flip-flopping between the narratives and the stories. He can't get his story straight.
Well, he continues to embellish it, and that's a big problem for me. I know that if we were a suspect or anything like that, and we embellish a story to this degree, they're going to say, you're just lying.
Well, here's the problem, right? Why is it that you have a documentary, a docuseries like Cam, that now allows police officers well after the fact to explain what they did in November of 2005, yet Stephen isn't given that a right of reply. And everything that Stephen says is obviously lying and embellishment, confusion, yet law enforcement are given the opportunity to literally rewrite history, to correct history. You see what I'm trying to get at here?
Absolutely.
And not only that, but Colborn is digging the hole deeper and deeper to the point where you just can't believe a word he says, and that's bad.
But continuing to embellish it.
Correct.
Duke, comments?
Yeah, I just, I think it's great to always keep in mind that for people on the state advocate side, I can't imagine how much of a field day they would have if something like Colborn's statements over the years change completely. If that's something that Stephen did, could you imagine if Stephen right now said something to the effect of, oh, hey, by the way, the reason I called Teresa that one time was because I was busy. I had my phone in the shoulder and I was driving and I jotted her number down on my knee and, this whole new story, they would go nuts. But with Colborn, it's as if they're living in two realities. All we try to do, myself and I know everyone else here on the team and almost everyone in chat, I'm sure, all we want is consistency, right? So if we're going to be critical about one person in this case, whether it's Stephen or law enforcement or whoever, we're going to be just as critical as the other side of it. What really bothers me is that when you can be so critical about any sort of slight, subtle change in quote-unquote Stephen's story, even if that story is coming from someone else's mouth. However, when you've got someone like Andy Colborn giving us completely new stories years after he's told us a different one, it's a non-issue. That to me is concerning, and it shows just, again, this tunnel vision and this ignorance to the case as a whole.
Well, and I remember along those same lines. I remember a scene where they were talking about Stephen and him changing his story, and I think it was Brenda. I can't remember if it was Brenda or Candace talking, basically saying that Stephen had told Colborn on the 3rd that Teresa didn't show up. Well, how did he give her the money for the ad if he didn't talk to her personally? It doesn't happen.
Yeah, and that's
Somebody
not even what he said. He just said he didn't talk to her, or Stephen told him he didn't talk to her. But we all know, right? What Stephen was talking about in that statement was I would have said the same thing. No, we didn't really have a conversation. I went out, gave her money. We didn't really say much. Hey, how's it going?
Right.
Whatever. I didn't talk to her.
Right. Wasn't really a conversation. It was shoot, take the photos of the car, get paid, get a magazine, done, boom, gone.
But
And
but not only that, guys. What really grinds my gears is that well after the fact, Colborn can make a statement, and we've got it, and I hope we do read it. He goes, he was the most cordial I've ever. It was the
Yep.
longest, and yes, the best conversation we ever had.
Yep.
And I'm thinking to myself, you got to be kidding. You remembered that fact. And what do the state advocates now do? See, he's trying to hide what he did to Teresa Horbach by being now complimentary and cordial. So Stephen can't win either way. If he keeps his mouth shut, he's hiding something. If he's cordial and inviting, because he probably remembered Colborn from the fact that he was very likely at his deposition thinking, oh yeah, what are you doing here? So now Stephen being cordial is now regarded as being nefarious. It's completely crazy, guys.
Yep. Duke?
Well, I just think it's funny. I don't know if we've read it yet or maybe it's coming up, but how we hear Colborn talking about how he was trying to create this, some sort of rapport or relationship with Stephen. Stephen wasn't interested. So this whole conversation when he was there on the 3rd was, as he puts it, I think, like his best conversation he's had with him yet. Like it's some sort of victory for him because it's funny.
It is funny. Okay. Allie, you want to continue? Read a few more of these?
Yeah, really quick. I speaking of Colborn's calling of the plates a little bit ago.
Yep.
Just that not being documented by the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office or whatever for so long hurt him, and then him coming up with this reason why he called it in. I still have questions, even though now we know the exact date and time and where he says he was when he made that call. I believe all of that, but I still have an issue with how long it was. Like, wasn't it around 7-ish or so when he went out? He got the call to go out to the Avery property. Somewhere around 7-ish, maybe.
I can't remember.
Wiegert?
I can't. Well, no. Well, Wiegert and let's see. Going to the Avery on the 3rd.
Yes.
Leslie Lemieux and I can't remember who else showed up over at Teresa's, and I can't remember when Colborn got the call to go to the Avery's.
Whenever it was he ends up, I think, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Colborn ended up making it out to the Avery property somewhere around 7:30 maybe. But whatever it was a couple of hours later that he called in the plates. So if he had been driving when he got the original call, hey, I need you to go check this out. Here's her information, blah, blah, blah. And he's writing it down on his leg. Why did he wait until after he left the Avery property, went all the way back to the sheriff's office, or after he stopped it by Zippers, and then went back to the sheriff's office, and then they're going back out to Zippers again? Why does he wait till then to call in the plates and make sure he's got the right information?
It's even
before going to the Avery's?
Well, it's even worse than that because of the attempt to locate that went out at 6:43 that evening before he ever went back to HQ. The alert went out, or attempt to locate. And how did he miss it? He's the patrol sergeant. I've questioned that for forever.
It just doesn't make any sense to me why he wouldn't. Oops.
No, it doesn't to me either. I can't understand it. And wouldn't it have been brought up at the meeting about Teresa and her vitals or the details.
You would think.
I don't know. I would think, yeah, it was Link's meeting, so I'm not really sure.
Could have made sure
But,
that he had the correct information when he was at the sheriff's office. But
You
I
would,
would think that before you even go out to the first place they're sending you to, you want to make sure you've got the correct information if that's what you need to do. What if you see the vehicle? You know, what if it's there and you see it? You don't know if you've got the right information. Why wait until after all these other things, and then you're just sitting to call it in? Like it just that the timing of when he called in the plates still bothers me.
well, he's across the road from the Zipper's house too, you know. So, hey, before we go any further, I want to welcome Susan. How are you?
Hey, Jack. I'm doing all
Glad you
right. I
made it.
lost the mic to my headphones. I've been looking for it frantically.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
No.
Well, you sound okay. Not quite as good as your other mic, but it still sounds good.
Just talking to my laptop.
Well,
I
there you go.
listened to it a little bit on my way home tonight. And then I've been on a microphone search, so I missed the last half hour. But anyway.
Yeah, this is an interesting little transcript. There's just segments, of course. We don't have full context of the question because the questions are not included. And there's
Still on Andy's deposition?
well, it's not the deposition. This is a conversation that he's clearly having, I think, with Brenda and Sean. It's an interview. That's right. And it goes forward. You can see the timestamps as they roll forward. So.
Yeah, it's weird not having the questions.
It is. It's not for the full context, and I don't know why they weren't included, but we got what we got, at least for now.
Jack 61.
Yeah.
If I could just state that, according to Cam, the time that Colborn arrived at the Avery salvage yard on November the 3rd was between 6:45 to 7:15 p.m.
Excellent. See, and he would have heard the alert by then, or the attempt to locate. I would think. I can't prove that, but for Christ's sake, he's the patrol sergeant. I mean, if anyone should have heard it, it would have been him, I would think, because I feel certain in saying there would have been an audible tone over the radio before that alert went out. It would have been different than a normal tone. Yeah, go ahead.
According to Cam, because they played the call, we get calls Colborn at 6:30.
There you go. Talking on the phone,
3 hours
driving. Yep.
So he's
that's
probably
right.
on his way to Avery's, right?
Correct.
I would think. Yep, I would agree. All right. Any more comments or questions before we move forward? Let's see here. Yep. And Anthony Hills has a question. How is Ryan with his girlfriend? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just real quick before we get into that, because it's on the same subject. I just wanted to ask: is that attempt to locate that alert that went out over the radio? Is that something that if someone had if someone was listening into dispatch calls or radio traffic, would they have picked that up? Like, remember how Andy said he didn't want to broadcast the license plate number over the radio because in case someone was listening?
Yeah, I don't know if that would have been something that was done through whisper. I can't answer that fully. I would imagine it would have been a whisper broadcast, but because of all the details that were revealed,
sure.
I don't think it's. Unless somebody had the proper crystal in their scanner, I don't think they would have heard it.
Sure. The last thing I wanted to just say about the not having the information, why he called again. We got to keep in mind that, and again, just because I came in late, I don't know if he's already said it in this part or not, but he talks about when he's out at the Averys that he was looking for the Toyota. He took his headlight or spotlight, I should say, and was driving around the property looking for the Toyota. So how could he be doing that if he didn't have the right information to be looking for?
That's true. That's exactly right. Yeah, that doesn't really add up either. Doesn't make sense. So, good question. I don't know. I can't answer that one, dude. And Anthony Hills does question, how is Ryan with his girlfriend that night and he had to ring her by his phone records? Yeah, I can't answer that one, Anthony. I think that's the excuse that...
I didn't think he had a girlfriend. I mean, until Kratz gave him one.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Which was years later, of course, but...
Right.
Yep. What time was Stephen film at Menards?
I can answer that one.
Yep.
There's a video still of both Stephen and Chuck at Menards, and it was 8:06 and 19 seconds on November the 3rd. How about that for precision?
There you go. I remember that. Yep. Hey, we've almost got a full house here. This is great. Thanks for everyone joining in. Really appreciate this. A lot of good support. Okay. So if everybody's good, any more questions? You having trouble with StreamYard? Try again, Neverly. You should be able to fit. Try again when you get a chance. We'll get you in here. We have to like.
She got on the panel. It was
I
awesome.
know.
I've never seen 10 before. It was pretty freaking amazing. But for whatever reason, she had to drop out or something. So.
Yeah, maybe she needs to restart or whatever and try again. We can fit 10 into the on stage and two backstage, so shouldn't be a problem.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Can I just go back for a minute? When I was listening on my way home tonight, you guys were talking about the report that says, the RAB was seized on the 3rd.
Oh, yeah. The global report. Yeah.
Well, what really gets me about that is that Teresa was never listed as kidnapped, and Stephen was not charged with kidnapping. Where the hell did kidnapped come from?
I don't know. I don't know how that got added in.
That's really puzzling to me.
Well, that's another part of the problem, because I think that anyone that adds information into a report like that, it should be identified by badge or some other identifier that says who added that information in, right? It's a shortcoming.
And when.
And when, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, all that stuff should be...
I've just never understood the kidnapped on there.
No. Nope, neither have I. It was kind of shocking when we saw it, back originally several years ago.
Yeah.
True crime fan girl. She's awesome. Look, it's Allie. Okay, let's get back to it. I'd like to finish this document before we get out of here tonight, so the next time we come on, we can get to this other document. I'm not going to be able to get to it tonight, but I hope we can finish this one. Allie, you want to read a little bit more?
Sure. Okay.
All right.
It was made and then released 10 years later when law enforcement's popularity, due in part to the press, due in part to law enforcement's own doing, was at an all-time low. They couldn't have planned a better time to release it, and people believed it simply because they felt that law enforcement is the fault of everyone's problems, and that if law enforcement isn't competent, well, competency isn't really needed because they can just create a conviction, create evidence, create all these instances that happen within the Halbach case, and it isn't like that. It isn't like that at all. They had to create a courtroom scene that never even occurred in order to get it to fit their agenda. If we did all these things, why are you editing my courtroom testimony? I'm sure. Why are you accusing me of planting evidence when I provided an explanation? I don't exactly know how some of the evidence was secreted, because the suspect and ultimately the person who was convicted for this homicide, he's the one that put it there. He chose not to speak with law enforcement. He chose not to tell us how he hid the key, how he lured Teresa into his house.
What the hell does he mean he chose not to speak to law enforcement? He talked his head off. He wouldn't shut up.
He talked literally to Colborn, so what's he talking about?
Yeah.
Did he ever refuse to talk to them?
Never. He even did it when he was told not to by his attorney.
He did.
Well,
what the hell he's talking about?
He's talking to the news. He was talking. He was talking a lot.
Chose not to tell us how he hid the key. Well, you know how he hid the key, don't you, Colborn? He stuck it in the back of the cabinet.
What a stupid thing to say. Of course he's not going to tell you how he hid the key because he didn't hide the key. So what's he supposed to tell you other than I didn't put the key there?
I swear, I'm getting Barney Fife all over this interview.
I think Neverly's trying to. I think Neverly made it.
I'm in.
There she is.
Like Flynn. Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Awesome.
Well, lucky
Thank
you're
you.
lucky you're not addicted.
Who, me? I can walk away anytime I want.
Yeah, right. Say that to
Merry
the
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah, say that to your therapist and your priest.
They fired me. Yeah.
Well,
all right.
Jack 61, if I could just make a comment.
Please.
I think what Colborn said there actually is very, very interesting and important, because that explains why Kratz wrote a letter to Stephen basically asking him to confess, basically how he carried out this murder, which is disturbing because it means that they don't know, right? They don't know the narrative, because he even says that how he hid the key, how he lured Teresa in his house, because, if you look at the forensic evidence points to the fact that Teresa Horbach was not present in Stephen Avery's bedroom, nor his garage, and we can argue about item FL. So isn't it rather bizarre that so many years after the fact, they're still asking fundamental questions that they cannot answer?
I completely agree. I mean, I said it earlier. I think item FL was a disaster, and I'm not a scientist.
It's a disaster.
You've seen my list, and you said I was spot on. So
yes,
that's just what I picked up from you, and other people that are in forensics and understand this kind of stuff. It was a disaster.
Anyway, but the reason why it's a disaster is because proper protocols were not followed. And as a consequence, they made a rod for their own back. And you can see it now that they are backtracking and back flipping. Whereas if they had abided by their own rules, no one would have known who Colborn was. No one would have known who Lenk was. No one would have known any of the MTSO officers, but they chose to be involved.
That's right. And they can't run from that.
No.
And Andy says here, why are you accusing me of planting evidence when I provided an explanation, Jesus.
Well, your own prosecutor wanted the jury to ignore your unplanted evidence.
Your explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. Your explanation doesn't hold up when we look at the pictures of the scene.
No,
right?
Not at all. And we have, Doc and I were talking, a few days ago. There are other photos. Remember that photo you sent me, Doc?
There's no question. There's no question. There are really incriminating photos that we have not been a party to.
Yeah. There are. There's got to be more, just based on that one that you showed me, Doc. And why haven't we gotten them? Why weren't they presented at trial? Were they not given to the defense to? I mean, they didn't really. I don't think they really argued too much about some of the stuff, but that we're really hammering on. But I believe it too, Doc. I think there's more that probably look even worse.
Well, it's the before and after pictures, right?
Yeah.
That are really, really damning. And what Colborn wasn't aware of was the fact that those two detectives went through Stephen's bedroom with a video camera, and they actually caught the cabinet 2 days prior to Colborn shaking the hell out of it. So he got in a bind. He could not lie. He could not argue out of his case. Why? Because they had a before photograph or image of the cabinet with all the coins on top and all the other bits and pieces. And he even had to admit on cam he cannot explain why the material didn't fall off the cabinet. He was not aware of the November the 6th video. He probably wasn't even aware of the fact that they had videotaped Bear being so passive.
That's right.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yep. That's right. Exactly right. And he did say, I can't explain the coins. Well, I don't know how you can't, because you had all this shit on this cabinet that you're wrestling, or this little tiny cabinet you're wrestling with. I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. I've never bought it. And to this day, I still don't.
And it's not just the coins, it's the air freshener or whatever that is.
That's
the
right.
Papers,
Receipts,
Yeah.
a remote control or a phone, remote control.
That's right. We
Hey,
have.
I like.
Sorry.
I like D. Peterson's rhetorical question. Why are they accusing Stephen Avery of murder when he provided an explanation? I agree.
Exactly.
Great
That's right.
question. Great point.
That's right, D. Exactly right.
To me, Colborn comes out very sounding and looking actually very amateurish, like a novice at this whole law enforcement business.
Almost like a caricature.
Almost like that. He sounds so naive and so, the word is not transparent, so too simple for his role and his experience. On top of the fact that he's had how many years, decades of experiences in law enforcement, he was also in the service for 10 years, he says. And yet he sounds like a martyr. The first, I listened from the beginning, and the first thing he said, he was like, well, I was going to run for sheriff, but, the department had to explain a lot about me and my actions, reports, no reports. So to prevent all of that, I chose to leave. That's kind of martyrish. He spins it in an emotional way. Like he saved everybody by sacrificing himself and his wishes and desires, which was to run for the sheriff. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then this whole business about writing reports, after how many years of being in the law enforcement with aspirations of becoming a sheriff, he still doesn't understand the whole documentation part, which is, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. Plain and simple.
That's right.
And I'll just point out that Calumet County had not taken the case on the 4th when he talked to Stephen Avery.
No, not yet.
It was not their case at that time.
No.
Officially, yes. It was after he was arrested and after the press conference.
It was on the 5th.
Well, it was on the 5th.
Yeah, the 5th. When the rap, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah. When we had 5 district attorneys there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess he actually talked to Stephen on the 3rd, didn't he?
He did, the evening of the 3rd, and then he said he was off on the 4th. Yet he's got a pretty clear memory in convicting a murder about what he did that day, which is new. Before he didn't really have that much of a memory of what he did, and then he goes back to work on the 5th.
Yeah, during the trial, he said, or in MAM, it was said that Colborn stated, typically, since he's off on Thursdays, I would have dinner, lay on the couch, and pass out on the couch, like fall asleep on the couch. Typically. Well, we're not talking about typically what do you do. We're talking about that specific day. And as so many of you have pointed it out, it's like so obvious that how do you remember 17, 18 years later what you did that particular day?
Yep. That's right.
All of a sudden.
all of a sudden got this
Yeah.
refreshed
In
memory
great
about what he did.
detail.
Yes,
In great
yes.
detail.
And
He
the
did.
uncorroborated explanation for calling out the plates, and Cam scored on that. Oh, we can explain. It's simple. Really? We can say whatever we want, but if it's corroborated, if it's not, then it didn't happen.
Well, I think, Allie, like we've all asked for a long time, if there was a question about that plate or any other aspect of what was reported to Colborn on that afternoon, why did he wait basically 2.5, 3 hours to call dispatch to confirm? It just, I don't know. It just doesn't
It's
work.
just not believable. When your
No.
head is tilting one side or the other, and you're like, huh? Yeah, something's up with that. And if his story is the truth, then why didn't Kratz ask Wiegert on the stand to corroborate that?
Right.
Because there were questions. Buting was going after him, or Strang, one of the other.
Yeah, Wiegert was never asked that question, and as far as I know, he never talked about it, to my knowledge. Danny Burfan says Stephen just set up the Auto Trader appointment at 8:12 the morning of 10:31. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's trying to see if somebody would come and take a photo of the van that morning. Yeah, that's right. So, all right. Any other comments, questions before we move on? We good? Okay, Allie, you want to read a few more of these? Starting at 52, 55.
All right. We had to rely upon the confession of one of the co-conspirators, so that made it equally as difficult. I don't understand why these producers, they could have done what they did, and they could have also set the record straight. Instead, they chose to portray his 1985 conviction in the worst possible light, and then make his subsequent conviction in 2007 even worse than the one in 1985. When clearly, by overwhelming amount of evidence, Mr. Avery and Mr. Dassey are responsible for the murder of Teresa Halbach, and he was. They were both convicted by a jury of their peers.
That's just frustrating as hell. That they chose to portray his 1985 conviction in the worst possible light, because it was the worst possible fucking light. What happened to him was the worst. They didn't portray it in any way. It was what it is. What it is. It was what it was. And to say that they chose to portray it in the worst possible light, that is just, he's so stupid. He's just a fucking clown. That's all there is to it. He's just a clown.
It's so biased. I mean, in reality, the filmmakers, I don't know how much material they had documentation wise, but they could have made it far worse. I can tell you that right now. There's no doubt. I mean, if they had gotten records, where Bergner and I can't remember who else went and talked to Kasorik about Gregory Allen, all that stuff, they could have brought up a whole mountain of things that happened.
If they knew what we know now.
Well, that's another part of it, Susan, is that he was convicted by a jury of his peers, but the jury wasn't allowed to hear and see so much shit that we know about.
Exactly.
There's no way they could come up with a proper decision, in my opinion.
Plus, they were intimidated.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I still don't know how they go from 7 people not guilty. What was it? A couple people undecided and 2 people guilty, to all guilty. I don't get that.
Yeah. Well,
Coercion. Intimidation.
I think so. I think so too.
And they were also told that if they found him not guilty of mutilation, that he would have a good chance in post-conviction.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also just find it disgusting that he throws Brendan's name in here like it's, so clearly Brendan did this. It's disgusting to me that he can do that.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Allie, 5405.
All right. I would tell viewers of Making a Murderer that if half, none of it is true, but if half of what they accuse us of was true, I would have been imprisoned within 8 months after the completion of the investigation in this case. They almost literally accuse every law enforcement agency up to and including the FBI of being in on some gigantic conspiracy that it would be physically impossible to put this together. And there was nobody will.
Well, that's cut off there. You can see the ...
Nobody willing to do something.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, Blake, keep going.
Okay. When this case first came in, everybody was hoping against hope that the Averys were involved in it. I think he's trying to say it the other way.
They weren't. Yeah, that's actually what he said in Cam, that the Averys weren't involved. And
yeah, we were
this
hoping.
transcription is just horrible.
Yeah.
It is.
Whoever did the transcribing.
They were involved in it. That the Zippers weren't involved in it. That no one was involved in it, and that Teresa would show up and would be fine, and that she had been going through some sort of personal problem or got sidetracked or forgot to check in with her parents or just wanted some time off by herself. But once her vehicle was discovered, secreted at the Avery salvage yard, it didn't take a whole lot of common sense to realize that at some point the Averys are involved in this, and now we need to continue to investigate and channel our efforts into finding out how her car became on here, what became of her, and and subsequently that those questions were answered.
They were not.
Sorry.
They were not answered. That's another. He's making a completion here. He's making a conclusion that no one else, not logically, can make. We don't know how the car arrived there, damaged, wrecked, in some point, or some kind of damage to that parking lot, popped out, put in the back of her car. We don't have those answers. Who piled all that shit on top of the car? Moved the Rambler hood. More so we have the gigantic spare tire RAV4 on the back of it. So it wasn't really secreted. It was placed there and a bunch of stuff put on top of it. And if anything, it called attention to it because no other cars had crap piled all over the top of it. Anyway, continue on.
JD is asking who this is speaking. In this.
Oh, this is Colborn being questioned by the producers of Convicting a Murderer. He's doing an interview.
And JD is also saying, how does Andy know what that man was fully about in 5405? He saw 45 minutes. Exactly. How could he say that if not all, half of it is a lie?
Well, he's talking after the fact here. So this interview was, I'm guessing 2019-ish. I don't know for sure exactly when this interview was, but.
So did he ever confirm that he watched the entirety of both parts? No.
Said he watched after everything that he had saw, then through his lawyers, what they few clips that he saw, about 45 minutes to maybe an hour of the entire thing. That's it.
But after that, that's it?
That's it.
So in all these years, he hasn't seen it.
Well, according to what he said, I don't believe him. I think he watched all of it.
Of course not, yeah.
I do too.
Yeah. He's just not believable. There's some good liars. He's the bad liar.
Yeah,
but a liar nonetheless.
Yeah. All right. Where are we at here? 5648?
Yes.
Yep. Continue on, Ellie, and then I'll give you a break here in a minute, and we'll get maybe Susan to read if she's up for it.
Okay. I guess I would also have to say that, make no mistake about it, Making a Murderer made Netflix, the company that produced it, and the producers and Chrome Media a lot of money. This is all about the money. I would hazard a guess that Netflix, the producers, all know that Stephen Avery committed this crime. But the money is to show that the police are corrupt. I am not a corrupt individual, okay? I don't I am not a character in their documentary or their advocacy piece. I'm a real person. The villain they created is the character, but that person doesn't exist any more than the courtroom scenes that they created. Who transcribed this? Then the courtroom scenes that they created. Somebody just sucks.
It's really bad.
It's
I agree.
bad.
Okay. They have managed to portray me as a horrible, evil person. My agency is this corrupt agency. The state of Wisconsin is this horrible place to live. Manitowoc, my community that I couldn't be more proud of as this terrible place. None of it is real. It's all fantasy they created solely for profit, solely for money. And that's, I recall sometime in 2016 or 2017, the accusers of making a murderer. They create this advocacy piece, creators buying a house in Los Angeles for millions of dollars. But it's all about social justice and reform, right?
It's all about making money. Does he think they just do this for free, just like Cam? Does he think that Sean Reck wasn't in it for the money, or any?
Laura and Moira set out to tell a story. They
That's right.
saw something that caught their eye that was very interesting, and they were I believe, just starting film school, were they not?
I
Pretty
know
new
they
to
were
it.
I know they were in school, and I
Yeah.
think this was like their senior project or something, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
think
or
so.
a project.
That sounds
And
right.
I don't think that their motive when they started this was to make money. I
Well,
think
maybe
their
not like
motive was
maybe. Well, yeah, to
Their
tell a
motive
story.
was to get a good grade.
right and
project.
to produce a film. I mean, sure, money comes with it if you do a good job, but I don't think they just did it for money. Does anybody else?
Oh, look, I agree. And the other thing, of course, is that the entire production could have tanked, and nobody would have watched it, right?
Right.
So when you set out a docuseries like this, you've got no idea in terms of a forward projection of how it's going to be received. All the timing was perfect for Making a Murderer, and it became a big hit. I believe that Convicting a Murderer, at least 70 to 80% is all about sour grapes.
Well, it is, and
Now-
jealousy. There's no doubt.
I do think that Convicting a Murderer had a lot to do with making money because they were riding the coattails of
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Yeah.
That did make a shit ton of money.
They
So
even
I think that
admitted
was a big part of the motive. I think Brenda was passionate about showing the things that Ma'am got wrong. But when it came to get Sean Reck involved and eventually really weird noise here.
I think it maybe somebody's got a connection issue, but it comes and goes. It's all right.
Okay. Eventually what Sean Reck's motive, I'm sure, was making money. And
Yeah.
As well as Daily Wire. That was
Yeah.
about making money.
Yeah.
Moira and Laura started this project because of the school. It was a school project, right? And then 10 years they dedicated to this, and eventually they were like, oh, okay, I'm thinking this could be something, right? But Cam has the benefit of hindsight, right? And of the popularity of Ma'am. So nobody did a project for Cam for school. It didn't start as simply like that, did it?
No, and as I recall, just to add to this, and guys can just beat me with a stick if I'm wrong, but as I recall, Laura and Moira had finished 2 episodes, and they showed one or both parts at some festival, and it was a huge hit. People loved it. But of course, again,
I'm remembering 3 episodes, but anyway,
well,
yeah,
the third, I don't think the third one was quite done, but yeah, they may have thrown all 3. I don't remember, but I know it was really well received, and I don't know if they were encouraged or told, you need to get some help here, some involvement. They clearly it's costed them all kinds of money out of their own pocket. They didn't have really any investors, so I don't know if they were encouraged to try to sell this project. They probably were, but and then Netflix, of course, showed interest and backed them, with everything, graphics and money, and I'm sure all kinds of things.
Didn't Kraft say at one
editing.
point in an email that he wanted to keep this going, or we got to do something to keep this going?
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
that was him.
exactly what he said, but
He was talking to Brenda when this was at the Making a Murderer 2 time frame. I don't remember the exact nature of the conversation. Maybe Susan can, but he was saying we need to keep this in the spotlight, Making a Murderer, so it would connect with Convicting a Murderer, right?
Yes,
And
it's good
Brenda
that
Brenda
they're
wanted
getting
it shut down.
Yeah, she wanted it shut down.
Brenda wanted MAM 2 shut down.
Yeah. And Kratz is like, no, we got to keep this popular,
That's a good
'cause-
thing. Yeah.
absolutely. And he's talking about movies and TV deals and other things as well, which was kind of weird, but anyway, all right.
He's forward thinking, Kratz, right?
Oh yeah. Kratz was out to make money. I'll tell you that right now.
Of course, of course. His wheels are constantly spinning.
Well, this top sentence also, before we move on to this next one, Colborn's talking about they managed to portray me as this horrible, evil person. My agency is a corrupt agency, and on and on. But again, by this time, I'm guessing, again, 2019, doesn't matter. It's after MAM is released, and it's after he's written yet another embellishment about this key in the cabinet to the sheriff or whoever the hell, or prosecutor, whoever the hell he sent it to. He sent it to the sheriff, didn't he? Yeah.
No, it was the DA, district
To
attorney.
the DA. Yeah.
To the DA.
So he's embellished that story again, and everybody knows it. It's not like it was kept private, that it was found out. So people are going to think, they're going to look at you a little sideways when you change your story again. And there's just no way around it.
Have you gotten to the part in this yet about the key, his new story?
No. No, we're not that far. I don't know if it's in this one or the next one. Do you remember, Doc? If it's in 26 or 20.
I don't know in this one, but in the other document that you obtained, there's a little bit of talk about the key as well.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's in the 26. We're on 26 and we still got 27 to go. So, no, but we haven't got to it yet, Susan. We're going to have a field day with it. We'll have a field day with it, I'm sure. All right, Allie, you want to read another couple? Then we'll turn it over to Susan to read a little bit.
Sure.
58, 51.
Okay. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. And then, people don't realize prior to Making a Murderer, 3/4 of the world didn't know I existed, okay? Probably more than that. Now when you
a quarter of the world did know.
Yeah. Now when you Google my name, there's over 2 million hits, okay? But if they could do it to me, they can do it to anybody else. Somehow this has to be stopped. This has to be set straight because it isn't going to end with me. At some point, Mr. Avery will pass away. I will pass away. My family will fade back into oblivion. But there'll be new film producers and new gigantic corporations that are all not concerned about people's lives, people's reputation, people's livelihood. Whether or not people are getting killed because you've incited such hatred, they're going to attack. There are going to attack the other. It might be. Maybe next time they might choose firefighters. Maybe next time they might choose professional athletes. Who knows? But it will go on again as if this does not get stopped, if this does not get checked. It wasn't about setting the justice system straight. The justice system got it right. The justice system got it right in 2005. The individual who killed Teresa Halbach was convicted by DNA evidence. There's nobody else on the face of the earth that could have done it other than the defendant.
Well, what about Brendan?
Yeah.
You left him out now. Yeah, left
Well,
old Brendan out.
It's
here's
like
the
Kratz, he
thing.
left Brendan out.
Right. Here's the thing that he keeps forgetting. This whole, the justice system got it right. What he's forgetting is that part of what made Making a Murderer so compelling was that in 1985, the justice system got it dead ass wrong. All right.
Yep.
And we're talking about the same department, the same area of the country. So, no, everything is not hunky dory here. What made this compelling is that you guys got it wrong once, and based on what it looks like, you got it wrong again.
I agree, Duke, and that this was another part, as you said, of Making a Murderer, talking about the lawsuit, because of the whitewash that Peg did. Said, nope, everything's all great at Manitowoc County Police Department. They didn't do shit wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. Things great. And we know that's not true. There were things done that were really wrong. And we had a sheriff and a DA that should have been questioned in the depositions and weren't. So, yeah, I agree totally. All right.
D. Peterson, can I just say that? Oh, I'm sorry. After Dr. Silkman.
No, go for it.
D. Peterson in chat said, firefighters and pro athletes don't railroad innocent people and violate their oath to uphold the civil rights protected by the Constitution.
Thank you.
Thank you, D. Peterson. You got it. You understand.
Well,
Yeah.
the police are in a unique position in our society, and probably that extends throughout the world. The police are in a unique position. No one else really has their power and control, right? So I think his little statement here is just terrible. Doc?
It is. He wants to sound important and philosophical, but he fails badly.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Duke said. This is what makes this Making a Murderer such a human story. The mere fact that a lot of people got things wrong, dead wrong, including the jury, the judge, the evidence in 1985, in which Stephen was convicted for something he never did. And that's despite him having 16 material witnesses. That's scary. So it is an incredible story. And the big question had to be asked, would they do it again? Could they possibly do it again? But there's one other thing that we mustn't forget. Andy made a very cryptic comment. He said it needs to be shut down. You know also who's been affected by this, and that's the Innocence Project. Because with the Innocence Project now coming in onto the scene, potentially other prisoners who were convicted under the same regime could have put their hands up to say, hey, what about me? What about my case? So quite clearly, Andy was correct. It needed to be shut down because potentially it could cause a domino effect. That's really brutal if that's the case. So you had to put a lid on it. And my final comment is this. This now explains why they literally took the brakes off convicting a murderer and they allowed everything to be shown. Bad words was really, really awful what they showed, portrayed, because they had to shock people into the reality. Hey, look, are you guys supporting Stephen Avery? Here is Stephen Avery, warts and all. So it's interesting that when Making a Murderer, I believe, showed restraint, convicting a murderer did not. It took the brakes off and it did it deliberately. And Colborn was all part of that narrative. And isn't it interesting how he blamed the ma'am for causing all these issues? What's going to happen to Colborn and everybody else if it's actually ultimately proven that Stephen and Brendan are innocent of the murder of Teresa Halbach? How can they possibly reverse this? Another mistake?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cherie said something really interesting about, she says, quote-unquote, Project Innocence, as Fallon repeatedly referred to in the deposition. And it's the Innocence Project, and he knew that. And God, I don't want to get started on Fallon because he's another. Anyway, all right. Susan, do you feel like reading some?
Sure.
Okay. Well, why don't you start on 1 hour and 50 seconds?
So this was solely for money and profit. And trust me, they profited handsomely. The last time I checked, I Googled Netflix. Their net worth is in the billions of dollars. And you can't tell me that some of those billions of dollars didn't come directly from making a murderer.
I bet it did.
What's your point?
Yeah, really.
I was hoping that I was going to get that in. You need the question for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, context, and we apologize for that, but this is all we have.
Yeah. I hope and pray that I've managed to get my point across, that my family, my agency, my community here have suffered, but it pales in comparison to what the Habak family is going through. Somehow, in this whole money-making advocacy piece, Teresa Halbach, a beautiful, vibrant young lady who had not an evil or wicked bone in her body, simply went because she was sent by her employer to take some photographs of a vehicle and then go home to her family. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to use it. He's got to use the Halbachs once again.
Yep.
They all love to use the shit out of the Halbachs, don't they?
Oh, absolutely.
It's disgusting. Her family will never again get to celebrate Christmas with her. They won't be able to attend her wedding. They won't be able to see her children be born. They will never experience grandchildren from Teresa because all that was taken away from her. And the Halbach family is not allowed to have closure because of making a murderer. They keep digging it up and picking at the Halbach family. I wonder if some of these people who are so incensed by this case and who feel that Stephen Avery was wronged so badly, I wonder how they would feel if their daughter had gone to the Avery salvage yard to take pictures of the vehicle and mysteriously disappeared, never to be seen from again. I pray for my family's safety on a nightly basis, but I also pray for the Halbach on a daily basis. I pray that at some point they're probably scarred beyond repair now. I pray that they're scarred beyond repair.
Yeah, this transcriptionist has got an F. They should not be paid.
He probably
I
said
think he said that.
I think he said it. He's so dumb, and I don't think he prays either, but whatever.
I don't know either. But I pray at some point they can get past this. This will be done. This will be over. And while it'll never bring Teresa back, maybe, just maybe, they can move on with the little bit of life that they have left, because they're not getting any younger either. I pray for the Halbach daily, their entire family. So Mr. Avery's defense attorneys did an admirable job of turning the press and the media against law enforcement.
Oh my gosh.
That is
Anything
the most insane thing I think he said. Well,
I agree.
Right up there on the top.
Oh my God. Anything that came out of their mouth was, as far as the press was concerned, was considered to be gospel.
Wow.
Like Kratz's press conference.
Right.
Exactly.
And like so many of these reporters, like Emil Matesic, that was very vocal, and her, well beyond reporting anything in the case, gave her opinion. She had a blog going. So don't tell me, God, why would he say something like that?
If this is what law enforcement thought, then that explains Brendan a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Continue
remember.
on.
I remember when I was it was like minutes before I was set to testify, and I didn't have to prosecute the case. What the hell? I just had to testify as to my involvement in the case. So I remember sitting on the stand, and even while I was being questioned by the prosecution, I kept thinking in the back of my mind, what are they going to come up with? What are they basing this on? How in the world are they possibly going to be able to convince 12 people that law enforcement had any involvement whatsoever in the death of Teresa Halbach? How in the world are they going to? What is their case based on? I really wasn't as nervous as apparently maybe I should have been, because I thought, quote, wow, this case is unlosable, unbeatable. I think it's much more solid than many other cases that I've testified in. So I can't say that I was extremely nervous.
Well, that's concerning.
Horrible thing to say. Horrible. So they sent people away with less evidence. And if they had less evidence than Stevens and Brandon's cases, that's fucking scary. If that's what he's saying.
Unlosable. First he says unlosable and then unbeatable.
Yeah. It's really confusing.
No kidding. He's not too intelligent. And he wanted to be sheriff.
Yep. Top dog.
Was I angry? Yes. I was very angry because I just wanted some sort of public outlet, some sort of media outlet, some sort of public outlet, be it a newspaper or a TV station, anybody to come up and say, law enforcement didn't do this. They have arrested the correct people who committed this crime, and you should, the public should be happy that these people are off the street and the defense's case is going to be easily destroyed. Now, of course, that didn't exactly go like that, but ultimately, I don't think there was a huge amount of doubt in the prosecution when the jury went to deliberation. Oh, really? Why did 7
vote not guilty?
vote not guilty?
Yep. 3 guilty and 2 undecided. Yep.
After the release of Making a Murderer, the social media mob mentality has all portrayed law enforcement, specifically myself, anywhere from this total inept slob who has no business being a law enforcement officer to a conspirator in a conspiracy to cover up a murder, to a liar, to a perjurer, all the way up to this brilliant mastermind who created this conspiracy and in fact killed Teresa Halbach. I don't know.
Wow. I'd really like to have the question to this one too.
I haven't ever heard anybody accuse Andy of killing Teresa.
Not Andy's per se, just the I've heard people say that the MTSO did it, but I personally don't
I've
believe
said that myself.
Yeah, I don't think they did, but hell, I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's a possibility.
It could certainly, given what we know, and basically a lot of what we don't know, there was something weird going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was sure coincidental.
Yep.
Say that.
Alrighty. Continue on.
I almost have to think that somewhere deeply embedded within Making a Murder and Making a Murder 2 was subliminal messages. Because I can't understand that range. They can't agree on. They agree somehow that I am this terrible person. but they can't decide exactly how terrible I am. All totally based on what they call a documentary.
I think that Andy underestimates whether or not we can all decide exactly how terrible he is. Because I'm pretty sure we all know exactly how horrible he is and the rest that were involved in it.
Yeah, pretty sure. Pretty sure I do. I've always found the documentaries are supposed to be factual in nature. So again, I'll refer to their piece loosely as an advocacy piece. Money-making scam would be more appropriate. Oh my God, Andy.
Considering the money-making piece that you're involved in, really?
Who accused you, Andy? It wasn't the documentary makers.
No.
It was the defense. And
they certainly, but they didn't certainly say that Andrew Colborn killed her. I mean, this came from the minds of other people that, really had a real bone to pick with Colborn. But that's another subject.
So he really thinks there's subliminal messages throughout making a murderer.
Yeah.
About
that
a
didn't happen.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Somebody would have caught it by now. That didn't happen. Alrighty, continue on.
Let's see. Did I read that one?
Yeah, no, 112:30.
Yeah, I read that one. Money-making scam would be more appropriate. So, John Ferrick, for whatever reason, in 2016, at the release of Making a Murderer, the Appleton Post-Crescent's editor was an individual named John Ferrick, who also billed himself as an investigative reporter with USA Today. So, John Ferrick decided to do everything in his power, as if Making a Murderer hadn't been enough, to twist anything positive in my career or in my life into something nefarious, something evil, something terrible. Wrote numerous articles about how he totally bought into Making a Murderer and how he was going to do whatever he could to help Stephen Avery's new attorney, Kathleen Zellner, to set the record straight, including writing a book about her. So, Mr. Ferrick, on one occasion, had written an article, and it prompted a lot of death threats. It also began to hinder other investigations that we're working on because nobody was willing to call and give us tips on crimes because they were afraid that Mr. Ferrick was going to find out that information had been supplied to the sheriff's office that was contrary to his agenda, and then he would include, apparently, these people in his articles.
What?
Oh, for fuck's sake. What is right? Wow. Well, here's a for instance. He included a sitting. He accused a sitting sheriff of running over someone. We have an unsolved homicide in our jurisdiction, and Mr. Ferrick took it upon himself to accuse a sitting sheriff, our sheriff, of being involved in that case.
Oh, talking about Ricky Hostetter.
And that's
Andy
John
was involved in this case too.
He was.
Yes,
Ricky.
Yes, he was. That's John Ferrick they're talking about.
Chips or yeah, I know. But what is this? What people were afraid to call in tips because Ferrick would get
Put it
their
in an article.
names.
Yeah, I mean some, we got in throughout the course of this investigation, people were calling in and we got their name and information. But, a lot of times in an ongoing investigation, they won't release any of that. So how are they going to get it? I mean, some stuff I'm sure that might get released, but A tip in an ongoing investigation? I don't think so. I mean, the stuff we got is well after the fact. The trials were done. Everything, not everything, but the trials were over. So they had no reason to not release the phone calls, and with even tips coming in. So I really don't understand what he's saying about Farak. I don't believe it at all. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I at one point, and regrettably, I guess had had enough of Mr. Farragut and wrote him an email, and I sent it to him, telling him that I suspected he knew that what he was publishing was false, and I wondered when his bloodlust would be quenched. When one of us was killed, would he be happy? When would enough be enough? When would he quit inciting this hatred of us? So they got a lot of flack from Brack's book, evidently.
Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Farragut didn't take kindly to that email, as can be expected, and then began demanding all our emails and be referred to any email that he got that we sent in reference to making a murderer as a treasure trove of ammunition that he could use. Really, there was nothing there. We didn't discuss making a murderer, other than beyond making safety precautions for certain officers and protecting the building from demonstrators and computer attacks.
Except for that email he sent.
Right? Yeah,
Right.
he totally discussed it.
Yep.
And remember, Brenda also sent a rather nasty email to John Farrak as well.
She did.
Uh-huh.
Defending Andy. And we do have at least some of the conversation text messages on that. What's this, Danny Brewer fan? I'm sorry. AC is making a mistake bringing up the Hostetter case while talking about the Avery case, leaking the connection. Yeah, I don't disagree, Danny. Go ahead, Susan.
Let's see, at some point there was a person that was incarcerated with Mr. Avery. The Mr. Avery confessed his involvement in the Halbach homicide too. And this person admittedly is probably not a good person either. I believe he's incarcerated for homicide. He wrote down Mr. Avery's confession and sent it to every news media outlet in the state of Wisconsin and several in Illinois.
What?
Shocking. What's
Does
his
anybody
name?
remember this?
What's the guy's name that also confessed to the murder after he said Stephen did it?
Evans, was it Evans?
John
the Evans
Evans.
letter.
John
Yeah,
Evans.
Evans letter. Oh my God,
Or
that
Joe.
guy. Maybe it's Joe Evans. I don't remember. It was the Evans letter. What I remember it by, though, it was awful. Awful. Okay, go ahead.
Shockingly, Mr. Farragut buried that. He decided that didn't need to be made public because, well, it didn't involve law enforcement. It didn't use. It possibly is exactly what happened to Teresa Halbach. Oh my God. It's so graphic that I'm not even going to, on the off chance that the Halbach family watches this, I'm not going to comment on the content of it on.
Well, they didn't comment on it either. They didn't even bring up the Evans letter at all.
Nope.
And they're going to believe everybody but Stephen.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, geez. I don't know what exactly transpired between the Appleton Post-Crescent in USA Today, but shortly after the release of the Evans letter and John Farragut's refusal to put that out into the public so that people could actually form their own opinion, he disappeared from the Appleton Post-Crescent. I believe he writes for a newspaper. or is the editor of a newspaper in Illinois. Now, Joliet, Illinois, I believe.
Yeah, the patch.
So he has something, he thinks it has something to do with this letter from, I mean, he's
No.
a conspiracy theorist, I'll tell
Big
you.
time. Big time.
Jeez. Yeah, he printed his address, and that's kind of what prompted me. You know, Mr. Link is a friend of mine. He'll be a friend of mine until we pass away. And unfortunately, home. The Avery case has hit Jim Link's health harder than it's hit mine. And on at the time when Making a Murderer was released, Jim Link had been retired for quite some time. He's a private citizen living in another state. Should be left alone. Hearing an echo.
Okay.
John Farrick seemed to think it was a coup on his part to have scored Jim Link's address in a different state and to have sent reporters that shared John Farrick's way of thinking to Mr. Link's private residence in an attempt to badger him into some sort of statement. I guess I expressed my disapproval of that in that email. In 2003, I was deposed as a witness for Stephen Avery's civil lawsuit against Manitowoc County for a wrongful incarceration. I think that was 2005, Andy.
It was certainly was October of 2005, actually.
Exactly. In 2003, I was deposed as a witness for Stephen Avery during his civil lawsuit against Manitowoc County for his wrongful conviction in 1985. So in 2005, prior to the Teresa Halbach case, I was deposed as a witness for Stephen Avery, and as Mr. Avery had a civil lawsuit against Manitowoc County for his wrongful conviction in 1985. So I guess Brenda corrected him there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why he said that.
And of course, we don't have the fucking question, so.
Right? We did not going together. We didn't work the same shift. And Jim's statement was already done by the time I got to work. So there's no way we could have went in together. I don't know why Jim said that. Maybe just felt because we were both addressed on the issue that it was at the same time, but it wasn't. Exactly, in 2 different times. I believe I wrote the time that I completed the report. So there may have been some misunderstandings on what Lieutenant Link said about when we prepared our statements, referencing a telephone call I received when I was working in the jail back in 1994-95. Jim incorrectly said that we had visited the sheriff and completed our statements at the same time, but that isn't true. We both did complete statements, probably the exact same day, but these statements are at different times. I believe Link completed his statement sometime prior to noon, and I completed my statement after noon because I didn't work until noon. I don't recall what that date was. To my knowledge, he had been released. No, not every day, but so I worked a 6 on, 3 off schedule. Jim worked Monday through Friday. He had weekends off. So when our days matched up, I would stop in once or twice a week on an average. You know, there might be weeks go by that were both busy and we don't catch up for, you know, a couple of weeks. But on the average, I would say once or twice a week. This is so Judge Rohr courtroom right now?
No idea.
My thoughts and prayers, yeah. My thoughts and prayers as well as the thoughts and prayers of my family will always be with the Halbachs. Always. She was a wonderful person. Did you know her, Andy?
Nope.
She was a wonderful
He said
person.
that several times.
Uh-huh.
Did you know her?
She was a wonderful person, and of all of us, she heads and shoulders above all of us, didn't deserve any of this. Neither does her family. How does he put her heads and shoulders above everybody? The hell?
I don't know. He didn't know her, so I can't answer that one. So that ends Exhibit 26, and we're going to
He's
call
very
it.
emotional. The way he talks, it comes from emotions rather than facts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah. So that was an interesting read. I mean, I knew earlier when I'd scanned through it the other day that some of this we just have no idea what the questions were. So it really hurts the context. But I think we got, for the most part, like I said, I thought we got the gist. But he made some statements in there that, my God, I'm shocked that he made.
We got the Barney Five vibe.
Yeah, no doubt. Yep, I agree. Okay, any comments before we call it good for the night? We stayed extra late. We've been at it 4 hours and 16 minutes, so I wanted to finish this document though so we could do the next one as a whole as well. It's more statements that are going to be interesting. They're going to generate some conversation. Anyone?
Sure.
If not, yeah.
I think for me, listening to that, it goes to show the amount of vitriol that was directed towards making a murderer. And of course, supporters or truthers were going to get roped into it as well. But he wasn't holding back, and he was given a golden opportunity in convicting a murderer. I think in the end it turned out worse for him. That's just an opinion, but I don't think he came out looking too good.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can just remember
Agree.
I know that Susan doesn't want to talk about it, but talking about the dogs, he makes this statement about Bear, and as far as I know, he never had the first interaction with the damn dog. But he's like, this dog was mean as hell. Fast bender too. He makes the statement that Bear was this junkyard dog, which means, i.e., he's going to bite your ass if you get near him. And as far as I know, he never had any interaction.
Well, it's a narrative that they had to carry, and they did carry. To me, it demonstrates that, I don't know whether it was the investigators or Kratz or whatever, they had to come up with a reason as to why no one wandered over to the burn pit to find these so-called cremains, and it took so long. And the excuse that they came up with was they had to blame someone with 4 legs that couldn't respond back. And poor Bear, he was the brunt of their narrative that the reason why no one went to the burn pit was because of Bear. And their own documentation by video and photography showed, and also not forgetting Duke's brilliant finding of Bucket Man, proved that Bear was not aggressive. And the mere fact that Barb and Carla went to feed the dog twice and was not asked to remove the dog, and the fact that one of the officers didn't even realize there were dogs there, all goes in the favor of Bear being non-aggressive. And it's just a bullshit story, a bullshit narrative.
Yeah.
And that hurts.
It is.
That hurts your credibility, because when Colborn says we had a mean dog, and he never writes a report that he encountered Bear, Kaczarski did, right? Remember, Kaczarski said that we tried to look at the burn pit. Yeah. And Remika, we tried to look at the burn pit, but I had to pull out my gun. And yet on the same day, we have a picture of Bucket Man feeding the dog or in close proximity to Bear. And you're thinking, jeepers, is Bear schizophrenic? So these guys are being called out all the time because they're not part of the narrative. They're part of a story, and it shows.
That's right. When we got video, that you put together, those little clips that shows Bear just doesn't give a shit. It's just all these things that add up to looking like, what the hell are you guys talking about? You can see this, this, and this, and it's not the way you're describing it. It didn't work that way. The bookcase, for God's sake. Come on. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. Let's just quickly, if nobody's got anything else, it's 10:20 here, 10:22.
Rumor has it. Says we were talking about the burn pit on the Defense Diaries, and I shared Dr. Silkman's video on the burn pit. It debunks a lot of the garbage Gilters say. Exactly. And thank you, Rumor. And thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Thank you for doing that. I've left on their Facebook group, I've left many documents and various things, phone calls for them that they've referenced in one episode or another. I'm up to episode 6 or 7, I can't remember. But things that they maybe don't know. I'm trying to, when I can, supply that information to them of documentation that we have. So hopefully that's going to help them better understand our standpoint. They're trying to stay squarely on the fence, and I understand that, and I'm fine with it. But they talked about foul play and our stance, and I'm trying to provide when I can this documentation as to the reasons why.
I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I believe, if you already know the case pretty well, to skip the first 2 or 3 episodes, I think, of the Defense Diaries. Do you remember exactly what that was? Was it 2 or 3? Because I think they're just kind of going over what the cases are about before they got into it.
I don't remember. Doc may remember. I can't.
They're essentially going through CASO, but now they're bringing in the MTSO report and also phone calls. So they've expanded their narrative, but they're essentially looking at it from a defense attorney point of view and looking at CASO. They're reading out elements of CASO, but now they're bringing in more elements, and they thanked us because they're clearly going to our library and getting the documentation from there, and also the phone calls.
The phone calls, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, but was the first episode or 2 just kind of an overview of the case? I think was what she's asking.
I think so.
Yeah, I think they planned to just kind of do a couple episodes overview, and then they decided to go deep. And so
they continuously say they don't want to project too far ahead, which is great. So they're looking at it from a non-biased point of view, how the case unfolded.
Yeah.
Right, which is fantastic.
Doc, have they said anything about jumping into the DCI reports at all?
Not as far as I'm aware, although when I listen to a podcast, I try and tell them, you should have a look at this, go check this out. So I'm continuously giving them information. Because they were talking about the bus driver, Lisa Buchner. I said, yep, you need to check this out because she got a lot of things wrong and had a great influence on Brendan Dassey. So they're very thankful for that. And they've given us plenty of shout outs, and it's been awesome.
They have. They really have.
Rumor has it says they started the deep dive in episode 4. And Random Pieces says he will tell you in the beginning of Ep 1 that if familiar, you can skip the first 3. So you might want to start on 4.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I was just about to restart listening because I listened, I think, up to 5, and then I stopped, and so I'm going to start over and listen to those again. But their chat is super interesting. If anybody's in there, I think Rumor has it was talking about being in there, but the chat is always going, and good conversations in there.
How often do they post an episode?
Well, they're covering other cases, so they're pretty common. I can't say specifically about the Avery case, but
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
It's sporadic.
Yeah, there's no set schedule. It's just like, I guess, when they get time, when they've gotten through to a certain point, then they'll produce an episode. So yeah, it is sporadic.
I need to ring their bell because I'm not getting the notifications on those.
I'm not either. I need to turn it off and back on. I'm not getting notifications either. So, okay. Well, let's just, if we've got no other questions and so forth, let's just go around the room right quick and get final thoughts, and let's get out of here because I'm pretty damn hungry myself. So, Rhonda, final thoughts.
Yes. Yes. Everything Andy said is just completely ludicrous. He's just a giant clownish dickhole. Having said that, I was a little waffling last week when I was talking about whether or not I was going to do a live this week on Thursday. I made my mind up. I'm really anxious and excited to get started on the Terry Morris story and Daniel's case. So we will have a episode on Thursday this week. I'm having a lot of dental work done in the beginning of next week. So I'm going to be on drugs. So I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a one the following week. But I will have one Thursday, 5 p.m. Central, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Excellent. So, okay. Who we have next here? We have Kay. Final thoughts.
Yeah, it's hard to listen to Andy be such a crybaby and just make shit up. I mean, you think, I don't know if he believes half of the, some liars like that believe the things they're saying if they say them long enough. But it's just interesting to have the insight to see him being interviewed by the people that were making Cam. I mean, I enjoyed watching the hypocrisy, listening to it. Anyway, yeah, see you over on Rhonda's channel on Thursday night.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for those that are not familiar, Allie, I posted her YouTube channel in the chat, the live chat. Please go give her a sub. Allie comes on when she can. She's working on getting things improved on her end for her streaming, but she wants to get back into it. She took some time away from the case for real life issues, and now she's back. So go ahead, give her a like and a sub. I'm going to post her Discord channel as well. Is that okay, Allie, if I post a link to your Discord?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to put it in the live chat, so I wanted to say that before we got out of here. Yeah, that's Allie's Discord. That's going to pop in there, so you can certainly join that part of that Discord group. So next we have Dr. Silkman. Doc, final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jack61. Fantastic podcast. Really enjoyed it. To me, all these behind the scenes discussions involving Andy and others are so important because they provide the critical glue that brings everything together. You know, what are their motivations? What are their thoughts? What was their thinking behind all of this? You know, because he was deeply involved in convicting a murderer. And plus the next document I think we're going to read goes to show that a lot of the material that he discussed was actually not placed in CAM, which is very, very interesting. I think, honestly, one day, lawyers, professors, students are going to be looking at this case in a lot of detail and probably write PhDs, because this case here has got everything. It really, really has everything. Andy keeps on asking, you know, what were making a murderer thinking? Well, the mere fact that we're still here today discussing this case openly, actively, and also not forgetting that a counter documentary was made convicting a murderer goes to show the far reach that Making a Murderer has done. And I thank the producers for doing this, because it certainly opened my eyes to the American criminal justice system, and this is far from over. But I have an awful feeling, guys. I don't think we're going to be asked to be involved in CAM 2. What do you reckon, Jack 61?
I'm betting we won't. Just to get just a guess there.
Correct. Again, thank you, Jack 61, for putting this on. Awesome.
Absolutely, Doc. Thanks for coming. Okay, next we have Allie. Final thoughts.
Oh, I really just want to thank Foul Play, all of you, especially Jack, for messaging me and inviting me onto the panel today, because this stuff has been so interesting to me, especially when something new comes out. It's so, I don't know, like invigorate, like, yay, I'm so excited to read all these things again. I can't wait to see more of what's going on, and especially hopefully it all gets released so we can see the questions. But I want to thank you all so much for allowing me to come on and be with you for this. It's just so fun, and I love everything you guys do. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Allie. I'm so glad. Many of us are so glad you're back. We missed your voice and your thought process, and your ability to connect to people that a lot of us can't. We just you have a way of bringing that relationship out, and it's unique. I can tell you that for many of us, we can't just talk to anybody without something coming up, and we're going to get pissed off, and whereas you don't, you let it roll. And you keep going. So that's a unique ability. We're glad you're back.
Thank you so much. So speaking of that, I am going to try to get my way into CAM 2 if I can somehow, because I'm not afraid anymore. I don't care. I feel like there's things that should be said, and I'm not going to be afraid to do it this time. So if they'll let me in, I'm in doing it.
There you go. Well, thank you so much, Allie. And like I said, everybody, go give Allie a like and a sub, please. And if you aren't already subbed to her channel, many are, and that's great. And join her Discord, have a conversation. She's willing to talk pretty much, if she's around, pretty much any time. I know that for a fact. All right, moving on. Cherie, final thoughts.
Well, thank you for covering the calls, the Jodi calls, and the new Colborn ducks that were released, and hope to see everybody on Thursday night on Rhonda's channel for more on the Daniel Holtzclaw case.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cherie, and thanks for all the work that you've done. The calls were part of, well, I mean, they're kind of at the same time as some of the stuff that Cherie was doing, so really appreciate that. And then JD, final thoughts. Late as hell for you, man.
I know, it's about 3:30 in the morning over where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was going to listen to Jodi's calls tonight, be finished at about 12 o'clock, go to bed, but I stayed up and I listened to the Andy's comic strip. So we've seen his version in MAM, we've seen his version in CAM, and I'm looking forward to KZ questioning him and having another version. So we shall see what happens.
That would be fantastic. Yeah. Well, thanks for staying up with us so late, Jay.
Yep.
And we'll be back soon to do that. I don't know when I'll do this next piece. I may do it sometime this week. I don't know. We'll see. I'm working on the Jodi calls, getting those recorded, and that's going to consume a lot of my time. So we'll see. Thanks again.
Happy New Year to everybody anyway.
Yep. Thanks, Jay. All righty. Susan, final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to say to Doc and Allie, God forbid there's a CAM 2. And like I've said, I don't think they made enough money on CAM 1 to warrant a CAM 2. I can't see it. If they do, we'll deal with it when it comes, but I highly doubt it.
I can't see it. I'm maybe wrong, Susan, but I don't either.
And I have to admit that I was having withdrawals this weekend with the holidays and not having the lives. It was like,
it was different, that's for sure.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, it was
So
different not broadcasting this weekend, but give us a little downtime, a little power out.
yeah,
Not
I was
that you're
plenty
addicted
busy.
or anything, Susan.
No, she's
Not
not
that I
addicted.
have the
No.
time for it or anything either. No, not at all, Neverly. But
Alrighty.
yeah, I'm so glad you went live tonight, and I was able to get in on a little bit of it. And yeah, it's all the stuff that was released by the courts is all very interesting. I've read it all, and yeah, there's some more good stuff to come. So, and I'll see y'all also on Rhonda's on Thursday. I'll be there too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely, everyone. It's another really interesting case is the Daniels case, and so yeah, definitely come Thursday night if you can. And then last we have Neverly. Final thoughts.
Hi, Jack. Yeah, this was so cringe to listen to read and listen to. Oh, if you want to give him a benefit of the doubt, that what he's saying, okay, it's hard, man, because he's trivializing certain things. And then he's making what's the saying? Making something mountain out of a molehill over other things.
Yep.
So he's all over the place. And you know how Fassbender in Cam was? He appeared, oh yeah, that's how it was, blah, blah. He said even killed. This guy was all over. And that's why that's why I said that he appears very emotional and so like little factual. And who knows? Maybe if you met him somewhere, non-case related or whatever, he would be a decent enough guy. We are not judging him by what kind of person husband he is or whatever. We're just talking about his actions. And what he said in this piece tonight, man, he just comes off even worse. Like
Yeah,
uneducated, unsophisticated, like a small player in a big league game. You know what I mean?
I do. I just,
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I mean, it's a little more difficult because we don't have the questions and the commentary that was going on
Yeah.
during this thing, and I think it would have I think it would have been better with the questions. I don't know why they withheld them, but maybe there were things in there that they discussed that they didn't necessarily want in the transcript. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, we've got one more document that we'll do here another night, but what Ludwig actually releases on the 31st. It may be nothing. I've got my fingers crossed that it's going to be a lot more, but we'll see. I'll be texting and bugging the hell out of Cherie. She'll probably block me all day.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is that it's really scary to see their side of thinking, their perspective. If
Yeah.
Andy was talking just about himself or as the law department enforcement in general. It's scary. When he said like, oh, that guy Evans, it actually makes sense what he said. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
But that's
Well,
how they're
that guy.
thinking. And it's good to know, but it's scary.
Yeah. It is scary. I mean, the Evans letter, anybody out there that hasn't read it, oh my God, it's awful. It's on, Allie posted it on, somebody posted on her Discord the other day. I've read it before. I have no interest in reading it again. It's so disgusting. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. How are you doing, Jack, yourself?
I'm doing good. Just like I said, I'm getting started on doing the Jodi calls. It's tedious, you know how it is. You got to make a movie for.
Yeah.
I mean, the calls that I'm going to tell you guys, the calls that are not, there's no connection. I'm not going to record it and put it in the playlist. It's not going to happen. I mean, there's not that many. I think there's just a few, so there's nothing lost there. So we just wanted to get that out. But it's just going to take a little time, and then once I'm done with. I've got 4 sections. That's what I received. I'll post each. I'll make a new playlist, and then I'll post one section, and then when I get the next one done, post it, and so forth. So it's not going to be all at one time. It'll be broken up. So anyway, other than that,
but you know what? It is tedious. I understand, and everybody understands that, but we are here for the long run. So this is not just like a flash in the pan. We've been here for years, and we're staying here for years. So whatever it takes, whatever we have, we will share.
That's right.
So January
That's exactly
actually should be exciting. Yeah.
Hopefully Ludwig's going to release more than what I've been told, but I don't know. We'll see. Alrighty, Neverly, thank you so much, and I want to thank everybody for coming. We had a full crew tonight, just about. We did have a full crew for a while. We've had a lot of people in chat. Really appreciate you guys sticking around. And hopefully, we're going to hear a little bit more. We got a question here. If Brenda released documents, could that possibly affect any argument she has with court to release? I can't fully answer that question, Nan's Life, because if there's been a filing, which we haven't seen, I don't know why we wouldn't have. If there's been a filing by her lawyer, there's actually, I think there would have to be a filing in order to keep certain records sealed and that we would be able to read. And Cherie would have gotten a notification on that. So I can't really answer that question.
She kind of made it sound in her, that post that I guess it was a tweet, that she wasn't going to fight it. And so that makes me think that what she gave us is all we're going to get. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope there's more.
Well, yeah, like I said earlier, that this stuff has been asked for.
As I understood it, as I understood it, what the judge had
ordered,
sealed, everything that he sealed, I think, ordered sealed. Yeah, I think he unsealed.
Well,
it wasn't that much.
Well, there's like 5 or 6 documents this refers to that is in his order, and like I said, you have to look at all of them because there's, like I said, there are multiple things that got sealed. I don't think he will ever unseal the trial footage provided by the filmmakers, but he might. It's very possible. But that wasn't asked for. There were other things that the texts and emails were first asked for, and I can't remember exactly what Kratz asked for, a transcript of something. But so I don't know. We'll see. I want to understand. I don't want to put out any false hope, but I'm hoping that we're going to get more than these 3 documents. But hell, I could be wrong. Allie, can I say? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. What you got, Allie?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I'm hoping that maybe Brenda is watching this. I just want to ask her, because I've been reaching out everywhere I can think of. Brenda, please contact me somewhere. If you don't know how to get a hold of me, J-Jax does.
Yeah.
So please,
yeah, absolutely.
Please contact
Just let me know.
me. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much for letting me say that. Whatever I'm doing is not working, so I hope that she'll hear this through you guys. I appreciate you letting me say that.
Absolutely. No problem at all. Alrighty. With that said, I think it's time to get out of here and I'm not sure what I'm having. Going to have something, though. If you like what we're doing, please give us a like and a sub. Please share the video, share the work. And as always, go read the material, read the documentation, whatever. Ask questions. But please, make up your own mind. Innocent, guilty, on the fence. That's your call, and that's your right. With that said, I'm going to say this has been a Foul Play production.